So council, staff, welcome to our day 2 of our city council retreat. It is Saturday, March 5th, 2022. Pursuant to the governor's emergency proclamation 20-28, the city is unable to provide an in-person location for the public to listen to the virtual city council meeting this evening. Meetings are still accessible this morning. Meetings are still accessible to the public, and public comment is able to be submitted. We are using Zoom, so hopefully everyone is on Zoom, YouTube, or the Channel 21. So welcome back. Wendy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. We'll begin, kind of bring ourselves into the room with a check-in, something kind of light and fun. And I was thinking, name one thing that makes your day. Probably something we can generate pretty quickly. So
my dogs.
There you go, Kaylee. All right, your dogs.
First cup of coffee.
Putting my hands in the dirt.
Dogs with coffee.
Okay, she beat me.
Knowing that I don't have to make dinner for the night.
The sun coming through the trees. The sun's out in the morning.
Dave, what makes your day? Blue sky. Awesome. Well, what makes my day is both sunshine and walks with the dogs. That's pretty awesome. Mike or Lita, do you have anything you want to throw in? It's an easy question.
I guess it's just food for me, food in general.
Listening to my grandchildren's giggles.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Great. Rich, you're the other person in the room. Would you like to yell out what makes your day?
Sure, around 5 o'clock, I like cooking a full meal and drinking a full bottle of wine while I'm doing it.
It makes his day, the food at the end of the day and wine. I like it. Excellent. Excellent. Well, we've got a wonderful agenda today with focus on your priorities and moving into the work plan and interacting with the city directors on that. And we're doing 2 parts to the work plan in a moment, so I just want to kind of cue this up for all the council members. In a moment, we're going to show briefly in the screen your like the label of your top 2 priorities. And then we're going to turn that off and then focus and give each of you about 5 minutes to fully describe those 2 priorities, why they're important, some of your initial thinking around it. And it's just like yesterday when we spent time inviting each of you to talk a little bit about your personality type in your own words, because then we could connect it. The same principle applies here. We would like for each of you, as you have your opportunity to kind of describe this might be the first time to hear it. You've read it, you got to read last night perhaps each other's priorities, but to hear it from each other in your own words, your own conviction around that, the why it's important, it's your opportunity to share that compelling message. When you're done with your 5 minutes, we're not going to engage in discussion, but I do want to see if there's any what I might call brief clarifying questions. If there really is really something that you said that someone's just really confused about, we'll have that opportunity. And so we'll probably spend about, a little more than a half an hour-ish hearing from each of you, about 5 minutes apiece, to go ahead and describe your 2 within those 5 minutes. Then we're going to put a pause on your priorities and move into the work plan. And one of the reasons why we're pausing the discussion on that is because when we work through and show, or when Mike leads you through the city's proposed work plan, we want you to be able to see where there might be connections between the areas that you said were important to you and what's already in play. So there may be some things already in play that we would have spent time discussing, and people would have said, oh, but that's in the work plan, or wait, kind of a thing. So we didn't want to have the wait kind of messages. We'll do that at the end of the work plan conversation. We're going to loop back into the priorities, and we're going to have a discussion then about what are the gaps between maybe what's not in the work plan with the areas that you say are still important to you. And then we're going to go through a small prioritization exercise around that so that you can give some direction to the city staff and team members so that they can kind of take some things to the next level. And Mike will talk a little bit more about that, to create some learning work sessions and some of the research. And they can't do everything, so that's why we're going to go through this process. So does that make sense? You're just going to kind of share a little bit at first. We move into the work plan, and then we're going to resume your priorities discussion. Sound good? Excellent. All right. So, Mike, would you be willing to take it from here, and I will do my part to support the group. Oh, and as we're doing this, just as a courtesy, I'll just be keeping time, right? And if you see me, council members, if you see me wave at you a big 5, it's sort of like my high five. Hey, the 5 minutes is up, and then it's time for you to kind of bring your part to closure. Groovy.
Great, thank you, Wendy. And good morning, council staff and members of the public on the Zoom meeting. Mike Suggs, Senior Management Analyst for the City Manager's Office. Wendy provided a very helpful overview that I was going to cover, but I don't have to anymore. Our hope here after this discussion, after we get through priorities and work plan, is that we will be able to build some consensus around priorities and the work plan so that there's clear understanding of the work the council and staff will be addressing this year. I anticipate there will need to be some refinements to the work plan following today's discussion, so staff will plan to make any necessary revisions and bring that back to council for formal approval as part of a resolution. And so as Wendy mentioned, we'll start with our priorities and sharing a little bit about each of our priorities. And I see Alita has asked me to start my video, so I'll do that. And so to start, I will pull up the summary of everybody's priorities. If you can just give me a minute. So a couple weeks ago, we sent out a form that asked to collect each council member's top 2 priorities for the next 12 to 24 months. And this was the result. So on the left-hand side, you see the council member's name. The middle column is the council member's highest priority, and the column on the right is the council member's second highest priority. And so with that brief introduction, maybe we could get into the discussion about each council member's explanation, essentially, of why these priorities are important to them. And we can go from there. So Wendy, if you would help to.
Sure, I'm happy to. And why don't we just go on the list that we see? So Councilmember Amy, would you be willing to go first?
Oh, nice to go first. So my top priority is diversity, equity, and inclusion, and having that integrated within our city and how a city's practices. Our role in city government is to serve everyone, regardless of age, gender, socioeconomic status, ethnicity, race, health, etc. And it should be done equally and inclusively. On our city's DEI webpage, it says that the city is committed to developing a work plan. So, our work plan needs to be developed. There are stages in which cities develop this plan. I'm not the expert. We would need to hire a consultant to do that. But to me, the end goal is to have it fully embedded and integrated within how we develop policy. It should be the lens through which we develop policy. And my second highest priority is having a high-speed fiber network. Within our community visioning project, there was a strong desire among the residents to bring a fiber network option to our city. The internet is an essential utility, as we've seen during the pandemic. It is essential like electricity, water, and sewer. In the future, increased internet speed and bandwidth will only grow, and so to me, it's an investment in our future, and it's an opportunity to set us up. A large portion of our residents will continue to work from home, and reliable internet is critical. And other benefits include having competitive pricing. This isn't to say that our current providers can't continue to provide, it's just having an option. It will attract business to our city. It will reduce connection fees to our schools and government buildings. It also offers better network security, and it's less likely to go down during a power outage. It typically a timeline, it would start with a feasibility study. It would move into public comment. Then we would need to decide what type of network we want, and obviously the financing is a huge part of this. Cities similar in our size have been able to lay a fiber network in about 3 to 6 years. So this isn't something that to me is like pie in the sky. It is completely doable.
Thanks, Amy. You have a couple more minutes if you feel like there's anything else you want to expand on.
I don't, if anybody has questions.
Yeah, and we'll just kind of entertain if there's any clarifying questions, if there's something in particular that Amy offered that you're unsure. And do I have permission to call you by your first names again during this time? Okay, wonderful. Christy.
Thanks. I have a general overarching question from a process-related standpoint. We got the work plan from staff. Obviously, council has priorities too. How are we going to distill all this out today in order to find out what we have bandwidth to plug in? And I guess I always appreciate staff chiming in when we're having these discussions, because some items take greater bandwidth from staff than others. And understanding from staff's perspective, like, should we choose to deploy, one or more of these council priorities, understanding from staff's perspective the available bandwidth, staff, in order to tackle them, and then the time frame associated with them. I think Councilmember Lamb just said, the broadband thing would take 3 to 6 years to deploy. What does that look like for, or fiber network, excuse me? How long does that take, for staff, or does staff know? And then there's always the financial piece. I'm always very critical of, like, do we have the resources in order to pay for these things? And I think we need staff's input on these as we tackle them as well. So I would invite staff to ask questions of our priorities as well.
Our approach this morning is we felt it first that council needs to express and their priorities and get those out there. None of these can be analyzed in the time allotted today, and some of them will take a great deal of research, internet access. And I'll just use that as an example, not picking on you at all, Amy, or the idea, because, and I can offer this as not a cautionary thing, but something that you need to reach out to the city of Alameda. And I only know this from the experience that I had when I was interim city manager. I had one part of my appointment was to sit on the Municipal Utility District Board of Directors. It's the largest municipal and the oldest, not the largest, the oldest municipal utility district west of the Mississippi. And it's an island. And they're very good at what they do. 99 point whatever green energy. But they took on the internet issue on this island and passed bonds and everything else in a very contained space, and they lost their fanny. So you need to go back to them and find out what what worked and what didn't work. So that's just a cautionary thing. That's why I said there's a lot of research to it, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. It's just only used as an example of risk-reward financial investment. Those types of things are going to take a lot of hours, days, weeks to research. This morning is an opportunity for council members to AIR, AIR, not ERROR, okay, what their thoughts are. Then those are out there, briefly talk about them, and then we bring in the work plan, and Mike will take us through that. What's already in play, what's not, and then council gets more of an overview to see where things might start to fit in. So all of these could take hours and hours of discussion just to try to wedge them in, and then we're reaching over here on things we haven't talked about yet. So this is exposure. And a lot crammed into a day because, as I said yesterday, the staff needs the blessing and the direction to get started because we're already in March. The retreats have been in January, and we're moving ahead, and your agendas are there, but it needs to be blessed so they can continue to work ahead. So whatever the personality type is, you're already analyzing, you want the answers to the question as we go along, and I get it, but we don't have them yet. And so there's a lot of, I think this might work here, might work there, and as one of the examples, Mayor, that comes to mind is E8 and E9 that we did last year in the workshop. And Mr. Treen asking a lot of questions about stormwater and water runoff and what are we going to do with this and that. And we identified those as some that we need to go out and do more research on and come back on. And we did that. We kind of tacked those on there. And then as we began to do that, we saw what else needed to be done, and we came back and we asked for budget supplementals for more consulting work, and we worked on those through the year to now you've been getting a lot more on stormwater, but it took us nearly a year to go through that process. Is that helpful?
It is, and I mean, I guess to some degree, it's a rhetorical question about whether or not we can fit them in. I don't expect staff to have all of the answers right now, but I think chiming in on just from a general sense, if you know, that's, we don't have staff for that, or we don't have, that's, maybe in 2023, something just to kind of give us a general idea.
On that point, I would say my direct feedback on Councilmember Lamb's ideas here is that inclusiveness, equity, that's something that we'll need assistance with, and we all need to be conscientious of, and we can start working on that plan. What are we doing that's not working? What do we do that is working? It seems to me that's something we can be focusing on while we're doing a number of other things. On the internet and accessibility, we
Dave,
tack it in there.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm wondering, though, if we can hold the responses to the individual ideas until later when they can have a deeper discussion and about it. We just wanted to see if there was any particular questions. Is that fair that we can kind of hold that off? And okay. And because there's a question that it's no worries. We're getting early, but this is about a process question, right? And I think that Dave or Mike also wanted to weigh in just on the process question that you asked, Christy. Is that fair that we just let one of them, or do you have a clarifying piece? Or
no, I mean, if they have something more to add, they can. I do actually have a question for Councilmember Lamb. I didn't want to lose that. So.
Okay,
but
we'll loop back to you.
If we're still, if we're still in process, let's go there first.
Perfect.
So I had a question in terms of staff and staff working on projects versus, for instance, I mentioned broadband, that would start with the feasibility study. How much involvement would staff have on a feasibility study, because an outside consultant would be doing that? And so I would assume that staff time would be pretty minimal.
We still have to scope it out. somebody has to manage the contract and the contractors, and that is time-consuming. How time-consuming? I can't say. But just because we hire consultants to do the work does not exempt it from being on a director and a deputy director and a staff person's assignment list.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could, just to follow up on the process question, I think one of what we were trying to do is allow you all to present your ideas and concepts and get any clarification questions from your colleagues, and then talk about the work plan so that, in essence, you all understand everything that is going on, so that then we can come back after we hear what we as the staff are already planning on doing, and then we can have that overlaying discussion like you're talking about saying, what do we have capacity for? And if we don't have capacity and you all decide that it is a priority for us, then we can have a conversation about, well, what would drop off of that and get replaced, so that we are clear about, because you will not be surprised, I was getting messaged by directors going, hey, wait a minute, like, we have a lot on the work plan already, and we know, and this was done by design to, in essence, to have that conversation first, then we can talk about the work plan, and then come back and say, how does that all mesh? Because what I don't want to be in the position of is saying, that's a lot of work, and we're not going to be able to do that to you, because I don't think that's a fair way to approach this. And we want to be understanding that all your ideas are important, and we want to be respectful of those and really have a dialogue about that, rather than just have us say, that's a ton of work, there's no way we'd get to it this year, it might be next year or something like that. So
Okay,
that's why it's stacked
yeah,
the
that's
way it
really
is.
helpful to kind of lay out this process that we're going to go through, and then what we'll tackle later this afternoon. So thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so then to my question for Councilmember Lamb. Consideration for financing. I don't have any idea what this would cost. I don't know if you know that either, and if that's just part of the idea of kind of tackling this, is finding out cost for it. But then I guess my subsequent question is, is there additional work that comes with that in terms of financing that piece, and how do you envision paying for?
So again, we would have to hire a consultant. We'd have to do a study. There's multiple ways of paying for something like this. For our city, I would estimate something along the lines of $60 million. But again, there are cities that have financed this where they have not had to ask taxpayers for money. So there are multiple ways to pay.
And I would add, too, that in our work plan, we've got a financial component that we're going to be working on that will help, not with the specific answer, but how to formulate it back into the budget. So, and we'll get to that.
I had a question also for Amy, as far as like, in the work plan right now, there's a little bit of equity and inclusion that's in June for updating our contracts to be more inclusive. Mm-hmm. That's a start on the DEI stuff.
Yep.
I was thinking that's at least a pin, a placeholder, and there may be ways to expand that a bit once we get into that section of the work plan to understand. I mean, I was delighted to see that there, mm-hmm. that it was projected, but it's a start. Yeah. But I wonder, okay, if that's the start, then what would be the next thing that we could do so that there would be a way to build on it?
So again, this is where we need outside assistance, because what I don't want to see happen is us trying to figure out on our own what's the best approach, because if that happens, it'll end up being a series of activities, of feel-good activities, and I don't think that that's the best approach. I think that we need an overall plan, and then we can decide from this greater, larger plan what is the most effective way to achieve the results that we want. I don't think any one of us is here to be able to say this is these are the things that we should start with. At a minimum, I think what we do with the RFP work and adding that, I think that's great. But again, us just saying, oh, this sounds good, let's just start here. I don't think that that's the best path.
Excellent. And thanks for going first. And, sometimes the first round is where we're trying to get clearer about the process. So I appreciate the questions. I appreciate the responses. And so when we, the next person that gets their chance, right, they're going to share their two, kind of describe that. We'll just entertain clarifying questions. I don't understand what you mean by this. And then just everything else that you might be curious about that you want to kind of dive more into the detail. Have you thought about? All of those are wonderful questions, but write them down. And those will be wonderful to pick up again when we're done with the work plan. So, great. Got process down. We're ready for the next one. Mike, who was the next one online?
I think I'm it.
Mayor Malchow.
Great.
So my primary goal was adequate concurrency. So as most of you are aware, not just here on the council, just in the general public, the Growth Management Hearing Board struck down our V over C, but that wasn't because the V over C wasn't something that we could have. It's just that it was misplaced in how we obtained it. So it was not put into our transportation element of our comprehensive plan. It was put into development regulation, and that was our problem. I still remain concerned that level of service at intersection is an inadequate measure of concurrency. We have several roadways in Sammamish that are uncovered by intersections wholesale. Eastlake Sammamish Parkway from Inglewood all the way to the jurisdictional border has no intersections to measure. 244th from Northeast 8th all the way to the jurisdictional border has no intersection. So those are left largely unchecked from a vehicular standpoint. Yes, the city does run counter strips. We know how many cars are going down there. But I think having a volume to capacity ratio, whatever it is, and it's something we used to have in our development regulations. We had both level of service at intersections and V over C. That is not the problem. It's how we put it into our regulations per se that was the hiccup with the Growth Management Hearing Board. So I would like to see us put a volume to capacity ratio back into our transportation element of our comprehensive plan so that we are adequately covered for all of our roadways in Sammamish. Do I take questions on both of them, or you want me to just dive into the second one? Okay, so, okay. So stormwater is my second priority, and that has a lot of, I guess, tiers to it. The city of Sammamish has put a lot of time, energy, money into the preservation of our kokanee salmon, and I feel to some degree that we are degrading our own efforts with development that has occurred uphill from many of the culvert projects that we have invested millions of dollars into. I point to Zacchaeus and its culvert, which we put in, I think it opened in 2019, I believe, maybe 2020. And it is already, I think Mary Wichter just last week sent a picture with the water, and the kokanee would be scraping their dorsal fins, trying to get up there. Yes, they did this winter, thank goodness, but every rain event that we have, and these are coming more frequently, we are pulling more sediment down and we are filling our culvert. And we are going to block a culvert that literally we just dropped millions of dollars into. So I do have concerns about stormwater from that standpoint. I put in my remarks here that some of that is retrofitting, and I think we've taken a large leap forward on that with our project for the lines going up Lewis Thompson, which would effectively help Zacchaeus. But I think we have a lot of retrofitting stormwater to do. These open water ditches are largely, I think, what are carrying a lot of sediment down. And then I also talk about regional stormwater in the town center, is that council, before anybody sitting up here except for myself was on the council, we talked about wanting regional stormwater. in the town center. And having developments come in with one-off projects for retention or detention vaults is not what we envisioned as a council. And because there are more than one basin in the town center, I think regional stormwater is critical. We have critical aquifer recharge areas up there. Those are critical to protect for our own drinking water. And so I think we have eBright that is on one side, George Davis on the other. We've already done the eBright culvert project. We're talking about the George Davis culvert project. And again, I don't want them to become another Zacchaeus where we have a problem at the culvert that we drop millions into. So
I have a couple questions. So mostly it looks like, let's get this retrofitting done, started, planned. Is that like kind of the primary? Like I just think about the road project when they were like, if you don't address anything, later it's going to be a huge mess.
I don't know that I would say that that is the first priority. Retrofitting is something that I think we are embarking on. But I think if you want to look at it wholesale as from probably a priority, I would say regional stormwater in the town center as a primary, because that hasn't fully developed yet, largely undeveloped. And yet we have 2 salmon-bearing streams that are going to get impacted by any sediment that's going down. They're already being impacted. We've seen pictures from residents in the Balmoral neighborhood where we've got flooding that didn't exist before. So there's already a problem, and we've barely had any of the development going on there. So I think that that is the top priority.
Thank you.
All right. I don't think I see any more clarifying questions. Oh, go ahead, Karen.
Cost. The biggest problem that I believe that came through with the town center was the cost. When I had talked to Jesse on that project, we sat down when I first came on the council, and it always came down to cost. And when she went through what they were looking at and where they had looked at possible location for a place to put a localized stormwater system in the town center area, it still came down to where cost was going to come from and who was going to pay for it. And so I'm still wondering where that cost is going to be picked up.
So we did talk about that as a council. I think that was prior to you being on the council that we had that discussion. So it is a large price tag. I do think the developers should be paying for it. However, if the regional stormwater is to be realized, it is a project that we will probably have to do in concert with developers and then recoup fees just as we are going to do on Southeast 4th. So the city paid for Southeast 4th, including all the frontage improvements. But when development comes in, developers pay for frontage improvements being curb, gutter, sidewalk, bike lane. When those developments come in, they will owe the city money for the development, the frontage improvements that we already put in. So if we do regional stormwater, my recollection of the conversation is there is an ability for us to upfront pay for the regional stormwater so we get it, and then recoup those fees as development comes in. Because if they're discharging into the regional stormwater, which any development, if it's a regional stormwater, would have to, they will have to pay the city, and we will be able to recoup those fees over time.
So I'm just wondering, can we require that? I know when I was on the board for the Water and Sewer District, we couldn't necessarily require that everybody do that. And so that was how we ended up with the issue down 20th, where we couldn't recoup all of our costs and putting in the sewer and having everybody pipe in as, for people who needed to hook up to sewer after the fact. So the question would be can we do that and make everybody have to pay in after the fact?
I think it's a question, and we put that into our parking thing to come back when we talk about, after we've gotten through the work plan, as those things that need to be analyzed, because there are mechanisms for being able to recoup and set it up, facilities districts and things like that for the maintenance as well as capital. So there are mechanisms, just not sure here in Washington versus California, But there are mechanisms for that, but we can talk about that
I
in
just
more
don't want to
detail.
end up where we, like the water district, we couldn't do it.
Well, I think in consideration of if we cannot recoup all fees, which I feel confident that we can at least recoup some of the fees, because every development that comes in is required to do stormwater retention or detention of some kind if they do not have to construct their own vault or pond on site. Then that is a fee that they are saving. They would, it may be that, well, the cost of what it would cost them to build a vault would be what they would have to pay into our system. But I, as a council member, am willing to use some of our taxpayer dollars and shoulder some of the burden of a regional stormwater system because of the benefit that we get as a collective city.
I have just one last question. So for like 4th Street, obviously, that's been done but not developed yet. So is that like dollars, like past dollars, or is it like current dollars when they build? I'm just like, for recouping fees.
I think if you've got our Public Works Director on the line, he might be the one to answer that. I don't know if it's in.
I would agree, but now we're starting to go back down the rabbit hole where I was going, and we don't want to do that right now.
Good, yeah, so write it down, and when we have the directors online, when we're talking about the work plan, that'd be a great time, and then they'll probably stick around for the priorities conversation and be there for more detail. So good job, everybody, nice work. Thank you, Christy. And who was third in line? Mike, do you have the list?
I think that's me.
Kaylee, excellent.
Okay, so I would like to see a permanent staff of an urban forester for the UFMP. I know that, I believe I saw some implementation, I think, on the work plan, or at least some start, but I would love to see a full-time person in that. There's a lot of grant money, especially at DNR, of course, and a few other things that I feel like that could fill. I also don't, I want to be realistic with that, because I don't know, what that will take as far as like reallocating a position or, whatever that means. And also with something like a natural areas crew or, hiring Earth Corps, getting AmeriCorps positions. Basically, I was super happy to hear that Sebastian's full-time. And I think that he could probably use some help. I know we have some Amish stewards. I went planting with them this week, so they do a lot of good work, but perhaps some opportunity to, we pride ourselves on our natural and green spaces, so maybe having some designated money or contracts, I think, would really help Sebastian and our city. So for the next part, so I was happy to see that, I think, Kent, you put like a TIP plan, transportation plan somewhere. So you did a good move by doing something broad and then putting a bunch of details of all your priorities. That was very smart. So I just put Climate Crisis and Environmental Action Committee, and hoping that that could be something citizen-led, council-supported, to bring up those topics, because I think a transportation plan is lacking. I think we all know that. So that's, kind of rolled up into that. And then all the things, is it finding options for homeowners for like solar programs, some cost sharing? Is it, something that we can, at the city can do? But I think we have a ton of brilliant people in the city, and I would love to use their brains and their thoughts and ideas. So, any questions?
I had a question. So do you think this is something that we can borrow from another city? I mean, so many cities have already implemented plans just to save time and to save time and from staff working on it. There's
Yeah,
so
you mean
many-
like the Issaquah Climate Action
Yeah.
Plan? Yeah. No, and I think I also wanted like a committee, because I think, like throughout my campaign, I heard a lot of citizens that would like, I have this idea, I would love to serve or do something or help. So I definitely think that's part of it. And that was always my huge thing, is how can we interface more as a council, instead of like just public comment or maybe a couple office hours. So I know there's at least a few people interested, but I think you're right. I think we could definitely poach and steal from our neighboring cities.
That's great, thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kent.
So this is probably a parking lot thing, but then it would be kind of the whole concept of committees. Since we're talking a little bit about TMP, so it's like do we have a transportation I'm going to use the word committee. We could give it a different name, but then also the Climate Action Committee would be another one that we may look to see. And just overall looking at our committee structure and how we operate within those committees. And if we continue to build trust as a council, I think we could get away from committee of the whole. Thanks.
I have a quick question. So I think I heard him say committee, but what I'm reading and what I heard from you, and maybe you can clarify for us, Kaylee, was you were talking more commission, because you says as citizen-led, that would be a commission, not a council committee. Can you maybe clarify your vision there?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it
Yeah.
citizens sitting on it, or is it council members sitting on it?
Oh, I would love citizens.
Okay, that's,
Yes.
okay, so then that is a commission, not a committee. Okay.
Copy that, thank you.
You could have a council committee, but that would be separate committee from a council
But
commission.
And there's a flexibility in the way that we could look at this as well. And so I'd add to that, there are tiger teams, there are committees, there can be groups of citizens that come together to solve a specific issue and then maybe disperse. So there's ways of doing this, so it's just expanded.
Yeah,
Same
I
idea.
just was trying to understand if it was citizens or council, but maybe it's a
Yes.
hybrid.
Yeah.
Or it's both, depending on where we go with the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I did not see the discrepancy there.
That's good. And that was a beautiful clarifying question. It's exactly what we're hoping for right now. It's beautiful. And then it's a wonderful bike rack conversation about, because you did talk about that in some of the interviews about committees and if you want to reinstitute that and what that might look like and feel like. And so maybe that's something we can pick up later this afternoon if there's time. Karen, did you have something more?
Nope, I'm just next.
Oh, you're next. All right, go for it.
Okay, so housing affordability is certainly something I heard on the campaign trail from a lot of people as a chief concern for themselves, their family members, and so on. And it's something that we're not going to solve in Sammamish, right? As far as we're not going to solve it for the region, but we have to have a plan. It doesn't get us off the hook from having an actionable plan we can actually put in place. And if I were in a company, I would say it takes corporate will. And in this case, I'll say it takes city will. If you decide you're going to do something about it, then you fund it and you do it. So if we decide that affordability is a thing we care about and want to find a solution for, then we fund it and we do it. And you start with understanding the data first. What do we really need? When do we really need it by? Who do we need it for? And what are the tactical steps to put into place to actually make that thing happen? If we don't do it, what are the consequences? How severe are they? And what are the unintended consequences? One consequence, for example, could be if we don't do something like this, the teachers who are retiring out of our system now will leave, and you will get none of the great teachers that are graduating now out of their master's programs. Because why would they come here? Why? They can't, they have to live, an hour and a half away. So that's not a rational explanation. We don't have first responders that can live here. And with all the businesses that are beginning to come back a little bit, and if the town center does go into place with some more jobs, where do they live? Where do they go? Do they have to live an hour and a half away? It creates its own set of problems. So from my point of view, we start with a statistically relevant survey. We understand what we need, when we need it by, how much will it cost, and then we invest. We actually take our own checkbook out and we invest. And if we do that, we can actually make it happen. But it takes will and the sponsorship of the city to do exactly that. There's different ways to start, and there are different kinds of partnerships. An easy start is continuing our collaboration with Habitat with Humanity and doing something along those lines, working with Arch. It's already in your work plan. What else could we do that we invest further in to speed something up and to make it happen faster and make it real for people who live here now and are looking for options, who have had significant life changes and are looking for that next place to live that doesn't force them to actually leave the community that they love. So Habitat for Humanity, working with Arch, working with the town center developer. What can we do if we collaborate? what magic could be created by doing a successful partnership there to get what we want out of what happens next with our community. So I see opportunity. I don't see barriers. I see opportunity and ways to work through it, but it takes will to do it. So that's the first one. The second one has to do with a vision. I see a senior center that has the ability to have an annex on it that gives us a bit of a community center that can be extended for other types of populations, other demographics. Now, a senior center, to be successful, has to have programming. It has to be specific to them. It has to be their space, and which, over time will become our space if we do it right. And what I see happening is, again, that would be something near the town center, because if we get something like Merrill Gardens, for example, which is senior housing, senior living assisted care, memory care, senior center, now I'm seeing something that's multi-stage, that flows organically for the way people want to live their lives. And it can be a spectacular opportunity for us to attach that annex on for youth, where we talk about, the kids are hanging out in the Safeway parking lot. Well, that's away from us, so they're kind of happy with that part. But maybe if there was a roof over their heads and someplace where they could grab a cup of coffee, check out, have a bunch of books lining a wall that they could sit down, have a pop, read a book, hang out, talk with friends. I'm going to date myself a little bit. I was thinking of the bronze from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So someplace where it could become a place that during the day it's one thing, at night it's another place. It fosters creativity, it fosters gathering and community. What we lose by having our neighborhoods the way that they are right now with a cul-de-sac, we all live at dead-end streets. They do not. You focus in on the three people that are in front of you, you have no idea who's behind you. It's like a vast void. The way you pull people together is to give them the opportunity and the space to do it. And I propose that we create that. And that, again, we negotiate, we get what we want, we decide what we want, and we put a plan in place. And it has stages, it has steps, but I think it could be tremendously exciting. And there's so much already out there to learn from. There are other places that have done this successfully. Actually, at Issaquah Highlands, have you guys been to the community center there? It's not shabby. It's pretty cool. It's a great spot. And it gets used a lot. And it becomes a tiny bit of a moneymaker. You do it right, it's a venue you can rent. So I'm always looking for that way, how can I offset a cost? So I think that there are things in the work plan that anchor into this in different ways. And I think it also aligns with some other council members' priorities, and I'm optimistic that we can, put a plan together and do it. I'll take your questions.
So I think as far as my favorite definition is everyone's definition of affordable housing.
Attainable.
Okay, well, because I always use the RCW, which is 30% of their income, not 80% AMI.
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure, because I know that people are like, that'll never happen in Sammamish, but I'm like,
there's ways to make it happen. There are ways to make it happen.
Okay, yeah.
And I do think housing mix, attainable housing, right, very, very possible. But it'll take commitment.
So during the summer and campaigning, I did hear a lot from seniors wanting a senior center, senior programming, and I do feel that is a demographic that we have neglected for a long period. We do tend to focus on the younger people in our community. So it's really great to see this, and it would also be good to have transportation somehow looped in. Maybe transportation to get there would also be great.
Yeah, I think that's a good addition, Amy. The other piece I'll add too is that, typically I try to look for space that already exists. Like I look at the old library, for example, that's now the Boys and Girls Club, and you wonder, could we start there? Possibly, yeah. Maybe Central Washington campus is another opportunity. Could we start there? There's other options because I want to use what we have, but I also want to be cognizant there's going to be a point where we have to make a decision to invest, where this space does not work the way we intend it to. It needs to be more functional and flexible in that so that it can be in itself converted as, again, the population changes in 50 years, 100 years.
I have in the weeds ideas and questions, so I'm going to hold
how
mine until
exciting.
later when it's more appropriate.
Thank you. Who's next? Was it Kent or Karen? Who was Karen? All right, you guys.
Okay, well, mine has to do with the future growth in our PAA, which is our potential annexation area. And this goes back to, when we first incorporated to being on the first PAB, which is the group that I was on that put together our very first comp plan, to being on the very first commission to put together the comp plan, and then the very first board for the, I was on, commissions and comp plan. Goodness gracious, all these boards and commissions. So going through this over time and talking to all the city councils and everything, one of the things that we advocated for in the very beginning was to have a place for the city to grow. And one of the things that they never listened to, and they should have listened to, is, and I'm watching exactly what we feared happen, is that we don't have a place to grow. We don't have a place. I'm watching us try to fit all of our 50 years and 75 years growth. Well, we'll put it in the town center. Well, that wasn't what was supposed to happen. You were not supposed to use the town center as our last bit of dumping ground. It was supposed to be an area that that was going to grow, yes, but that we're not supposed to put everything there. So prior to me being involved in the city, I was on the state Washington, the Boundary Review Board. And one of the things that we always looked at when we looked at annexation areas for cities is we always looked at areas, and we always really wanted cities to grow in areas of where their utility lines were. So when we looked at annexation areas for Sammamish, we look at where the utility lines flow. And when I look at housing and I look at Sammamish and I look at where we're going to need housing, where our utility lines flow, and I look at where our entries are for the city, I see us heading north. I see that where we need housing, I see where the county's already starting to put it, is down on 202. It's a state highway. It is where the bus routes already run. It is where housing already should be. It's already where the county's already starting to put it. It is an area that should be ours. It should have been ours years ago. And so I've worked before incorporation. I've been talking to people about it ever since. I believe that it should and belongs in the city. It should be part of our planning area. It is an area that is in our utility lines because it is part of Sandplatz going headed north. And I think it's an area that if we truly want to plan for the future, we should plan that area. And we need to, yes, we're going to have to go through the formality of asking for it to be in our PAA, but I think that we need to do that. And I just think it makes a lot of sense. I think every area that we have looked at for annexation is built. That gives us nothing. We need areas that are not built. We need something that we can grow into, not taking in areas that are built out. Anyway, that's my piece one. The second one, again, goes with the seniors. I'm on the board for the East Side Friends of Seniors, and yes, you know what? Everything we do for seniors, they need a place. We've promised them a place when we incorporated. We've been giving them lip service for 20 years. They need a place. And I've promised him that I would go with him to look at all these different places that are all over the county, to look at all the different senior centers. And, you know, yeah, they deserve a place to call their own. And I think now, as Big Rock Park, as we've gotten all these buildings that are over there, we could look at those. I think we should look at the contract for the Boys and Girls Club. Sadly, when that building was given to the Boys and Girls Club, what has happened with the Boys and Girls Club in that building may not, well, it is not necessarily used. It's certainly not used to the number of what it is capable of. And with that in mind, is it used for the benefit of what it was meant to be? And so I think we need to look at that contract, look at that lease. There's a lot of other things that we could do. We could look at all the other leases that we have at different places. I think that there's a few other places that I've talked to. There's other empty houses and stuff that I've looked at. There is there's a few people that have contacted me on places they would recommend to have it. So as far as transportation and stuff to there, Eastside Friends of Seniors also does ride stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of fun stuff that we can come up with. I just think we really owe it to our seniors to move forward on something.
So I have a question. When you say north, do you mean outside the city boundaries, like down towards the wetlands?
Yes, past the wetlands. I mean over toward
the wetlands.
202, over onto Union Hill.
Other side, where the farm is.
There's a giant map right there.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And then
Yeah.
like Ames Lake too. Like
Yep.
that.
Oh, yeah, Ames Lake is, yeah, they go way past Ames Lake, yeah. Have you ever looked at the map of what the boundaries are for Sandplat? Their boundaries are huge.
So I saw Christy lift hers up first, and then Kaylee.
Thanks. I'm curious, since the PAB had suggested this, and I know you served on that, it's an interesting idea to try and annex an area that is not in our PAA. And because of that, my question is, do you have any idea of process time? I know that that's all outside the urban growth boundary, so you would be having a petition to
Not all of
change.
it.
Not all of it, but everything on Sahali and 244th is outside the urban growth boundary. So that's why I'm curious, like, about from a process standpoint, like do you have any idea, like from a time perspective or process standpoint, how we would do that? Because it's a heavy lift. It's the idea. I'm not shooting down the idea. I think the idea has interest. I'm just curious if you have any idea based on your history of process and time.
So I would go for the stuff that is not first. So I would do the stuff where more towards like the Gray Barn area where we have it. There is a sliver right now that is not in where they're putting apartments and stuff in, and it's down at the grocery store with what used to be an Albertsons. I don't know what it is down there now.
So that's all outside the
And
urban growth
so-
boundary. That's why I guess my question is
Right.
From a process standpoint, do you have any idea on timing and process for trying to, because there's two hurdles. One, get the urban growth boundary line moved, which has been almost an impossible task for schools because they've tried to do that.
Right.
And then secondarily would be to try and then annex an area that gets pulled into.
So, yes, so I have been talking to all the different legislatures for this area, and though we don't want to do anything to the urban growth area, we want to stay just this side of the line. So we're not moving the urban growth line, we're staying just this side of the line. And so who we do have to talk to is Redmond, which I've done repeatedly, and the homeowners over there. Yeah.
Again, these
So
are
this is
questions
useful.
that
Yeah.
would probably be about how we might integrate some of that
Right.
in there.
Yeah, and that's
we're
probably
starting to go down the rabbit
right.
hole.
Right. So Kaylee, we'll hold on. I think you have a question next, and as soon as folks get back, I know it's hard because when your brain gets stimulated,
Right.
you want to kind of go check that out, and
Right.
and you guys have
Right,
to help me
because
figure out whether
just
that's an
because-
afternoon.
Yeah, because we have a road. I mean, to go out of our city, there's a road you would have to go out of. But we don't have, where our park is in the middle, there is land that we own that we don't have to. We just, correct. We have land that connects us, we just don't have a road that connects us.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the yellow line, maybe someone can help me because there's no thing on there, but I think the yellow line is the urban growth boundary, which means the urban growth boundary stops on Sahali at basically our jurisdictional border. So as soon as you drive out, you're outside of the urban growth boundary, unless I'm mistaken on that map. And same thing on 244th. So I think there's like a two-step process. Then move the urban growth boundary and then be able to annex it. Does that sound accurate?
No.
Okay.
No, because there is that area in between our boundary, our city boundary, and then 202 is the area you're
Right, and
talking
it's
about.
unincorporated King County.
It's unincorporated
And it's
King County,
outside the
right.
urban growth boundary.
And it's, no, that area that's in between there,
Okay, I gotta go look at another map.
No
then.
worries.
That's why I
Why
was
don't we
trying to figure
do
out what that line is.
Why don't some
We're
of
in the
those
weeds,
pieces
sorry.
useful? It's okay. I know. It's so exciting actually to think about and to try to get clear. So maybe we could use some of our lunch hour and we could kind of look at the map and then we can have the conversation again after the work plan. What do you think?
Yep.
Beautiful. Kaylee, do you have a clarifying question or is it more of a how we might do it? Because if it's a how we might do it, we'll do that later.
It is a, about the senior housing. Joyce Bottenberg sent some awesome stuff, about a link to the new Redmond Senior Community Center,
Yep.
but also just their newsletter that they've put a senior space at City Hall. So I just thought that was really cool. They have like a seating area and some books. It's super cute. So I can send that all to you guys if that could be one of those temporary things. So.
Thanks, Kaylee. Christy, do you still have more?
Yeah, no, Councilmember Moran brought up the house that's in Big Rock, and I think, years ago, I'd asked about viability for that. I know it is not ADA compliant, but it has got to be far less expensive to convert that house to being ADA compliant than to go and find a new house in this crazy housing market,
This
or
Mar-
even build anything.
Is this Mary's old house?
No. No,
it's
but there's that now
It's almost
too.
across from Mary's house.
Oh,
It's-
the Redesign.
and
No,
it's-
so this is off of Southeast 8. There's a house in there.
Yep.
There's always City of Sammamish
Yep.
trucks parked in there, and it's not ADA compliant.
Traffic.
Yes, but it's not ADA compliant. But yes, we've just now inherited another structure that has viability. But again, probably ADA compliance would be an issue, but still far cheaper than trying to build or buy.
Yeah, and
There's
those
a
guys are
barn
willing
there
to
that
go out
has a
there and
lot of
build,
utility
build,
that's
build.
rather new. But again,
Yes.
So hard, isn't it? I know, we want to talk about it. I love it. Well, good. I love seeing your brain so stimulated with this. This is really useful, too. Any other clarifying questions for Karen? Okay, Kent.
Yeah, safety is my number one issue, and so I'm looking at egress and ingress into the city. So how do we get in and out of the city? So we need to either have control of those points or work with our neighboring cities. I think there's a reach out to WashDOT too for the north end. And then, of course, part of that safety is the wildfire risk or assessing the risk that we have as a forested bedroom community. And the urban forest plan is definitely has that built already in it that was passed, but we review that every year. I think we need to stay on that course and work on funding that. As a fellow council member's already spoken to that. And we need to stay on course with our COVID response. This is a huge step just to be sitting in here unmasked and being around. But that, I think we just caution and move slowly but steady and continue to hope for the best and plan for the worst. And I'm determined, I think that it's be determined by this council whether we actually, I think it comes up in June 5th on some of that egress and ingress that's already on our work plan. The urban forest plan's already on our work plan as well, because it'll come back to us, it comes back to us yearly. So that's the timeline on those. My second one is stormwater and development regulations that's going on. And so we've been working on, as City Manager Rudette stated, over a year. I think it's more like 18 months at least it feels like that the whole time I've been on council for the last 2 years, that I've been pushing the stormwater and trying to help protect the salmon. Actually, really, my initial response to stormwater was really about just clean water. The whole idea of it's life, right? So I'm been socially contracted by the people to protect their life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And so I know and understand I need clean air, clean water, safe food, and protection. So as a governor, as someone who's governing, we need to have clean water. So we have I call it a three-legged stool. It's kind of adjusted to a four-legged table, and that's for you, Jeff, to address this issue. Most of it is in the work plan. We have done the hard work. I think that's, we're working hard to continue to push the data forward, and so that should be coming to us pretty soon. And then this council will be making those kind of decisions. So I don't know what else I wanted to add about that. Because it's going to also require us to pass policy and then regulations. And then the second part of that, too, is kind of a tie into that, is to continue moving forward and doing the hard work on having our regulations, our Sammamish Municipal Code, match up to our comprehensive plan, knowing full well over the next 2 years as we make those adjustments to our Sammamish Municipal Code over the next 2 years, we should work on this, is that with the update in 2 years for the comp plan, the comprehensive plan, is we're going to have to do it again. So I know that, but I think that it's important for us. It will make it so that it's less work in 2 years. So we need to let Dave and his group continue to move forward with that. And if we need to pay consultants to help them get that done, it's well worth it. Again, it's doing the hard work now and the planning so that the city can be sustainable for the long run. And us not kicking that can down the road. It's our responsibility to work on these solutions so that the character of Sammamish and this community is proud of what we're trying to accomplish. Any questions?
I just had a quick question I just want to make sure I was clear about the egress and ingress in. So you're talking about not necessarily roads that we control. So it's creating partnership isn't the right word, but a negotiated contract basically between other entities like King County
And WashDOT.
To get that.
And Issaquah on the other end. We have
yeah.
And that's the, I'm drawing a blank on what the name of it was, but that was the alternative 4 that we picked for our transportation, or for our priorities, council priorities. We wanted to look at Sahalee Way down to 202.
Oh, right.
We want that little piece of section of roadway needs to be addressed. We need to address 40th. So again, it's back to what Councilmember Clark was saying, is we need a TMP and we need a TIP. And we just need to do that. That's required by the GMA. So let's get that done as well. And now we can go down a rabbit hole, because that's definitely going to have to be on the work plan and somehow staffed, funded, and the time put aside for that. And that's a heavy lift as well. Ouch. Got a lot of work to do, staff, and sorry.
I had a question. So you're addressing safety in terms of the tip, and did you consider that, safety isn't just about building roads, it's about having a plan based on the roads that we already have, that perhaps when there's an emergency, all traffic moves out, and so just some basic things such as just utilizing what we have and having a plan as opposed to building roads to get out?
So my plan isn't to build roads. But it definitely, again, is to be determined by this council, but I wouldn't want to be pushed into widening any of the roads. Maybe some intersections need to be upgraded and worked on for the safety purposes. But it's really about the flow. How do I have the flow of traffic? So maybe in our tip, it would also be having staff work on working with the school districts to change the start times of schools so that we have less buses on the roadway at different hours of the day. Maybe it's, well, we are working on signalizing it, so, but we need the advanced technology so that, yeah, we could actually make it so that we could stop a lane and then during an emergency so they can get out of the fire departments, out of their buildings, and move down a roadway quickly, so.
Yeah, because I would think that it would include things like people, residents knowing where to look for information. Is it coming from the city website? Is it, going to be on our phones? Like, I don't think anybody here knows, in case we need to get out of the city and there's a wildfire, let's say, how to get out and who to look for, and where's that information coming from?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think we should support the wildlife. I mean, what EF&R is doing and proposing and bringing forward, I'm in support of that. Because I think that's the kind of person we need to actually have a central location where the information is coming from. And actually, Andrew Stevens has that. There is some level of it. We're a lot closer to being, well, we are a safer city because of Andrew Stevenson's presence here in the city. COVID slowed us down a little bit on the actual training and doing the mock simulated responses so that people will start understanding what they should do and where they need to go. Because they do the nationwide, we did the nationwide one and then we did the hand radio one just last year. So we have done some of the simulations, but we're due to do it again, that's for sure.
Some of the consultant work is underway now in Andrew's plan, and so we can expand on that later too.
Nice work, everyone. Looks like we don't have any more clarifying questions, and all 6 of you had the opportunity to share your priorities, so thank you for that. And thanks, everyone, for holding some of those questions that I know that maybe you wanted to, and we will make sure that there's time for that after the work plan. But let's take a break, and then we will move into the work plan piece. How about a break until like 10:35? Break? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Hope we had a nice break. It's nice to see some of our directors pop on. Hello, good to see you. And we're going to move into the work plan portion. We expect, I don't know how long this will be. If we will take a break for lunch. The intention of this next section is for you to feel like you have an understanding of what the overall work projects are for the city for this year. And so we've got team members, directors online to answer some specific questions if they show up. The intention is to not go too deep into the weeds. You might find that we might say, hey, some of the questions that you might be asking, there might be a different venue for that, and maybe we can record some of those questions and folks can get back to you. We want to make sure that you feel confident in understanding what's being put forward and really kind of give your overall blessing toward it. if you don't mind me using that word, or just overall agreement around that. I'll be here to help make sure. Mike is going to be leading this next piece, and as he's going to be kind of managing the on-screen piece, I'll just be kind of looking to the 6 council members to see if you have questions. You think your process of lifting up your nameplate is wonderful, so that we can make sure that you get those questions put out there and all of that. So Mike, any other prelude that you need from me, or I'll just turn it over to you.
Great, thanks, Wendy. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. So I hope everyone had a chance to take a peek at the work plan document that was sent out earlier this week. If not, that is okay, because we were going to look at each section of the work plan as part of this agenda item. You'll notice the format of the document is very similar to the one approved last year. We've made a number of tweaks to the work plan template over the years, but there's always room for improvement, and we would appreciate any feedback on how to make it more useful for council in the future. Something that's very important to note is that this work plan is council focused. So that means it primarily includes items that will come in front of council this year. It does not include the regular day-to-day ongoing items such as maintenance, events, contracts, permitting, etc. These routine items actually make up the bulk of what the city does, but it's not the focus of this council-oriented plan. I'd like to briefly talk about how the work plan sheets are organized. Over the past few years, we've grouped work plan items into 8 focus areas rather than by department to emphasize the cross-departmental nature of the city's work. The page on your screen includes items that align with the communication and engagement focus area, and there's a link in the cover memo to a description of all 8 areas. Each work plan item has an identifying number on the left-hand side, and a short description, as well as it lists the lead department kind of towards the center there. The column titled Critical has 3 options. If the cell is blank, that means the item is generally discretionary, and these are the items that could potentially be delayed or removed altogether. If there is an X in the cell, that means the item is critical and needs to be completed this year. For example, it's already in progress and cannot be delayed. If there's an M in this critical column, that means the item is mandated by law. And this option was actually added at the suggestion of a former council member and is helpful for showing those items that absolutely must get done. And there's nothing mandatory on this sheet here, but likely the most obvious example would be the budget, which is required by state law, as we know. On the right-hand side is the timeline. Boxes shaded in gray indicate staff will be working on the item in that month, and the red boxes indicate that it will be coming to council in that month. There's a 2021 box that will be shaded for projects that started last year, and the 2023 box will be shaded for projects that extend beyond this year. Items are ordered based on when they will come to council first during the year. This can, of course, be reordered if there's a different way the council would prefer to see these items presented. Are there any questions about how the work plan is organized before we move through the sheets themselves? I'm seeing
I had a question. Can I get clarification on some of our priorities that we just talked about and how that works into the work plan? Or are we talking about that our priorities aren't in the city work plan till 2023?
I'm going to have Scott explain it, because this is where we had got your things up on the board. Now we need to go through all of this, and then we're going to talk about integration. Scott?
Thank you.
Great. Okay. As we're going through each of these focus areas, please feel free to ask questions and provide feedback. Almost all of the work plan items will have in-depth introductions during council meetings. So the intent of this discussion is not to get into the fine details of each project. In an effort to keep the conversation moving today, if there are a lot of questions or interest around a certain project, we may need to park some of those questions and address them through individual project briefings with the responsible department. Some questions you might consider asking are about the why of, why is an item showing up on this list? Why is it important to get done this year? Or potentially questions about the timeline. If there are any items the council has concerns about or feels we should not be doing this year, those are important to discuss as well. The work plan is very full with items that have been previously committed to, And as we kind of touched on earlier, there's limited capacity within departments and on the council's calendar as well for additional projects. So if the council wants to direct additions to the work plan, staff will need to review what items need to be bumped to make room and what resources are needed to accomplish it, things like that. Unless there are any questions, I think we can jump right in. Okay. So we'll start here with the communication and engagement focus area, which is quite brief. I won't talk about each project individually, but I'll just hit some of the high points. Here we have the community visioning project, which is one of the significant steps that needs to be completed as an input into the comprehensive plan update project. Interestingly, this effort was an addition made by council at their 2020 retreat, and it's now well on its way to completion. We also have the website redesign project there at the bottom, led by our IT department. And while this item is not coming to council, as you can see on the timeline, it is included here because it is such a critical project and a communication tool for the city. So pausing here on this sheet, do we have any questions about the work plan items identified in this area?
Yes, and I'm sorry, I was looking down. I didn't see who asked first. So, but I heard Karen's voice. So let's go Karen and then Kaylee.
I'm sorry, does the website redesign, does it have a date, an end date? I'm just looking for the end dates for this, for projects.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Howe. Based on what the department listed here on the timeline, it looks like March is the last month in which we'll be working on the project.
Okay, so that's, oh, thank you.
And if we need additional clarification, we have Jim on the line.
Yeah, I can add some to that. What we're also doing is reevaluating the Sammamish Connect website and trying to incorporate that into a single, I guess, palette for everything. And what we suspect will happen is we may need to have an extension to the project, but we're not there yet. We haven't got our evaluation completed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Kaylee.
This is just a general overall, obviously this is a very brief document with a work plan. And I wanted to know where that comes into like staff time and hours and how things are calculated. And is that like a budget correlation discussion? Like when did the details come? Like how much staff does it take to do a community visioning project this year?
Yeah, so those, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, all these projects will be coming to council for introductions, and
so each individual one.
Most of the projects here, so anything that's showing a red square, that's a council touch point. So the intent would be that these introductions and these overviews would be made during a council meeting, at which point, they could talk about, departments could talk about resources that are needed, where it's budgeted, things of that nature.
But there's not like an overall like spreadsheet of time allotted anywhere.
Right now, we don't have something that specific prepared for the council.
Yeah, cool.
Scott, do you have anything to add? Oh, okay, I thought he might.
That would make sense to have a spreadsheet with hours allocated, because if we're hearing that it takes a lot of hours to do something, I don't know what a lot of hours is. Mm-hmm. And then to have that conversation, is that a lot of hours appropriate and valid? Maybe it's better to be shifted somewhere else, knowing what a lot of hours mean.
If I may, excuse me, Councilmember, I very much appreciate that point. I think the challenge for us is at a high policy level. What we're really looking for is policy, the council's direction on policy. When we get down into the number of hours about how much staff time, those are estimates to begin with, obviously, and then a lot of times as things come up, day-to-day work is rolled in there as well. So these are, for this specific thing, there might be a guesstimate, if you will, of how much time it might take. But then once you get into it, we're not actually tracking how many hours it actually takes. I think what we'd like to focus on at this point is, does the council still agree that this is a priority on a policy level? And then if we want to do something different, then we can have, hopefully the department directors give us a sense of, for a project, about how much time they think it's going to take. And time being a relative thing, because we may not know if it's 5 people doing 18 things or 1 person doing 18 things over a longer time period. So that's a granular level that we have not gotten into, at least not for the purposes of this discussion, if that makes sense.
Karen?
It's just a process question. How often does this document get updated? So like, let's say the website slips, because that never happens. Does this get updated? Is it someplace that is that a good place to check on progress? Or is this really just a document for today?
Mike, do you want to start with that one and then I'll follow up?
Yeah, our intent is to track this work plan going forward. So, as projects are added, removed, things obviously change throughout the year. We want to make sure that this is a living document and it reflects kind of the current status at the time. So maybe on a quarterly basis, for example, it gets a kind of an update with the departments.
In addition, as we go along and you look at your council agenda, at the bottom, there's a long-term planning calendar. And we talk about it as staff. We get the OMGs. Council wants to add this. Okay, I got to figure out what we're going to do. We talk about it, and then we say, we can put it on the calendar here. Then maybe we come back and say, Council, it'll be on the calendar. Right? It's going to take us 6 weeks or whatever, and then we'll adjust the long-term planning calendar accordingly to reflect that. But again, those are at that policy level where we're interacting with the council members. A lot happens on a day-to-day basis that's, like we said, not here.
Right. Okay.
Good questions. I think kind of stepping into that helps you. Go ahead. I'm sorry, you were going to say something.
Just the last follow-up piece is, bear in mind that we are moving into the biennial budget process this fall. And really, where the connection point really comes in is if we're talking about adding projects or taking on new things, that at a certain point, the biennial budget from a year and a half ago, we're well into by now. So that's where those connection points really come together. The budget will be where, if we're going to add things like that, that's where we would roll that in and where they connect.
In addition, makes me trigger another thing, is that as we are closing out, our finance folks are closing out last year's budget and expenditures, there are carryover funds that departments will say, well, this project is ongoing. I need to carry over this much money or this much money. And there may be some things that council has identified that we don't have specific funding for. And we'll be back in May for the council to get prepared for in June to say, we approve, and the manager's office will make recommendations for what we've observed, where we think we could use some of that carryover money or put it back into the general fund or the specific fund from which it originally came. So that's sort of an intermediary, a budget check-in point come May, June.
Excellent. I don't see any more questions or comments. All right.
Great. Let's move on to our next focus area, which is community livability. If I can find my mouse here. Okay. So this area is mostly the DCD show, many big projects that have a lot of council touch points. Some of the big ones include the 2024 comprehensive plan update that will be coming to council. It came to council in January. It will be coming again in April. One of the topics we talked about earlier this week, the urban growth capacity study and countywide planning policies growth target update. You can see there are a few touch points there. We have the green spine, the housing action plan, which is a plan that looks at how the city increases housing diversity and affordability in Sammamish. And this plan relates to one of Councilmember Howell's priorities relating to housing affordable and missing middle housing. So that's in progress and will be coming to council next in May. In the same vein, we have the Arch budget and the city contribution to the Arch Housing Trust Fund, which will be coming to council in this month with the goal of increasing affordable housing on the east side. Some other projects include the Phase 3 development and regulations scoping. We also, the final project listed here is the Human Services Grant Program that will take place later this year. Applications are opening later this month, and this is somewhat related to a couple of the priorities we heard earlier, as historically grants have been given to senior-focused orientations who applied, including Eastside Friends of Seniors and Sammamish Seniors. So that will be coming to council later this year once the commission has performed their review. And I will open the floor if there are any questions on community livability.
A process question. Who determines what's critical?
I was going to say, for which one?
I'm just looking at all those, and many of those are marked critical, most in fact, and just wanted to make sure that was it coming from council, and at what point did we say it was critical? I mean, how does that actually?
Well, if look at the particular issues, the comprehensive plan update, that's mandatory.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got drop dead dates, so those become critical. We're right doing the growth target update; those are become critical. If you study it a bit more,
It's because of the budget.
Well,
too?
and
I'm
it's
looking at
because
housing.
of state regulations as well too.
Housing plan?
Okay, no, but
I'm
on your
dropping down the
comprehend-
list.
Okay, and some of those are then determined by the council.
Okay.
Councilmember, if I could, I was just going to follow on that and saying it's a mix of preset timelines and council, previous council direction. And some of that is when we get into those actual topics, that's part of what staff will share as part of the how did we get here conversation. So it is a mix. And I know David is teasing me as we're talking, saying, I'm prepared to answer that question. But across the board, it's more of a mix because all those are David's department. But it's more of a mix. So if we have specific ones that you want to know about, David is happy to jump on and give us whether it's a mandate or a council direction. But it's that combination.
Any other questions?
Great.
All right. Yeah, looks good.
Let's shift over to community safety. Just a handful of safety-specific items here. We have an emergency management elected official orientation that our contract emergency manager will be providing in April. And we'll be doing a Cascadia Rising training exercise, which is a kind of a regional exercise simulating a 9.0 earthquake. And that will be happening in June and July. The advanced evacuation planning item will somewhat address some of the conversations earlier related to ingress and egress to the city during emergencies. And then code compliance regulations updates to Title 23 is on here for community development starting later this year with staff work. There are only 2 capital projects under here, both relate to the fire station renovations and improvements for stations 82 and 83. And I will open it up for any questions.
So just a quick question around intersectionality to a certain extent. So I'm looking at the plans and operating items. So the important piece of the emergency stuff is the communication part. So if I go to the communication section, would that be highlighted there then? I'm trying to make sure that where we see the Venn diagram, the overlap, because this work is important, but it has to be communicated and then measured. So I'm trying to understand, is that communication part, is it owned by the emergency management folks, or is it owned by our community, our communications folks for how this translates out to residents.
Right. Appreciate the question, Councilmember Howe. There is a lot of intersectionality between all of the work plan items, and a core component of each is going to be communication to the community, and that would typically be done, if it's a city project, through our city communication channels. This is really just kind of where it's located in this work plan is really the primary focus area, but there are subcomponents that are part of that, such as communication, that will certainly be done with it.
In essence, these are high level roll-ups of, we spared you all the full department work plans, which if you were to break it out into subcategories, you would see components of, individual pieces.
The overlap. Yeah, and I wondered if you had one document that actually had every single thing in it that you could actually visually look at to just see where the connection points were. I mean, seeing it here with tabs is great. It's very organized and very helpful. And I'm just curious if you actually do a process where the whole everything is in one visual unit.
I don't think we've progressed there because this is a refinement from what we had done last year, because the year before it didn't get completed, and we were late getting it started. So this is all just a work in process here, and we take the input from the departments and build upon this. But it's something that we can work through to try to achieve.
So yes, Kent and then Kaylee had their.
Yeah, just from a high-level perspective, could you please just clarify or explain what S4 is for me, please? And then,
There's two S4s.
on study plans, yes, the first one, on Phase 1, Title 23, Regulations Update.
Our Community Development Director, David Pyle, can probably answer that one. David, are you on?
Yeah, Mike. David Pyle, Community Development. So update of Title 23 is related to overhauling the code compliance process that we use from the point of identification of a potential code violation through the enforcement phases all the way to the point of compliance. So the different methods that we have to achieve compliance, how we ultimately document things, how we record notices on titles of people's property, and all of the things that go along with that, including the fine structure related to code compliance. We have a fairly old, outdated code compliance regulation, and we would like to overhaul that so that it is much clearer for the staff and for community members, both those that are filing complaints against their neighbors and those that are in violation, to adequately understand how the process works, what to expect, and what their options are.
So David, obviously this hasn't been marked as critical. This is a what-if question then, hypothetical. If we were to bump this to the next year, is that going to create consternation with your department?
So this is
you going to be mad at us?
This is one that has been bumped a few times. We see this one as expendable. We could push this down the line. The downside to doing that is that we have a limited term code compliance officer right now. And in order for us to get to a point where we actually have a baseline number of code compliance staff, we do see this as necessary to overhaul. It's not necessary we do it right now. Understand, though, that we will be asking for the council to include that additional staff person that's currently a limited term employee in the 23-24 budget, because we do need that level of staffing based on the type of code compliance cases we're seeing and based on the complexity and lack of clarity in our current regulations.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kent. Kaylee.
Yeah, sorry. So again, I'm looking for details, of course. And so, as I look at Andrew kind of switching from our dedicated Sammamish city manager to, East Side Fire Rescue stuff like later this year and beginning of 2023. I'm just looking at these like, okay, there's got to be more in the emergency plan and work, I'm assuming. Because like the Cascadia, that's a Washington EMD with all the jurisdictions, so we're participating in that. That's great. Our orientation, I'm just looking for, the what else and all the other details that I'm sure is somewhere.
Councilmember Clark, I appreciate that question. I think what we'd like to offer is that we can have Andrew follow up with council on what some more of the details are about what's happening. Because obviously there's a lot, and with the time we have today, we didn't want to try to put all that up. But understand that the interest, and so we can have, if that's all right with council, if we can. I don't want a parking lot that I want to put it out on the curb for the moment and have it come back maybe later this week with a follow up to that.
Yeah, that's totally fine. I think just like generally, I would love to see all the stuff everyone's doing because I know there's a ton that I have no idea about. So.
And to that, the request I have parking lot is editorial plan. What's the editorial calendar? Because that kind of connects the dots for me on, great, all this, the project work is happening, how it gets communicated out and how it gets measured, and those measurements being, again, communicated, critically important. And so having an editorial plan is just another high-level document that helps me understand what's going to happen when.
Thanks, Karen. I added it to the bike rack parking lot.
So
other questions?
speaking of editorial plan, is there some sort of schedule that shows us for our newsletter, like how we get things into the newsletter that we think is important for our residents to read?
Who can answer that?
Oh, we can certainly add that in there. It usually happens just from the city manager's office down based on our assessment of community sensitivity, council sensitivity to issues, and trying to look at broadly what is impactful to the community to communicate those things. But we can certainly share that and refine that so that you all are feel more informed about what's going on.
So that would also include our ability to add things into the newsletter that we believe are important?
I would say to the extent, yes, thinking down the road, because you've got the weekly e-news, easily manipulated. The print has a longer preparation time, but certainly then the council can discuss issues that might be out there so that it can be planned around that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions on the community safety focus? Great. Thanks. We'll do the next one.
Great. Okay, looking next at culture and recreation. All of the items in this area, as we can imagine, are led by the Parks, Recreation, and Facilities Department. We have a handful of planning projects going on this year with the Kalahani Park Master Plan, the Beaton Hill Park and Big Rock Park South Master Plan, and the big project starting later this year on the staff side is the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan Update. Another topic we talked about with council earlier this week is the permanent art piece representing civil liberties and racial and social justice. Also in this area are a handful of capital projects relating to the parks, with Inglewood Middle School synthetic turf and field overlay being one, some court resurfacing at park locations, and park barrier removal as part of the ADA transition plan. And these ADA barrier removals exist both in the parks work plan as well as in public works for streets, for barriers in the right of way, excuse me. So looking for any questions on the culture and recreation side of things.
Appears to be no further questions from the group, not that I can see.
Okay. Let's
right.
move on to environmental health and protection. Here we have quite a few projects. Mayor Malchow and Councilmember Treen each listed stormwater as one of their top priorities. There are some projects shown here that relate to that priority, including the two projects that were numbered E8 and E9 on last year's work plan. Those are now shown as E4 and E5 and are scheduled to be completed this year. Additionally, the Stormwater Capital Improvement Plan will be coming this year and will include projects that were recommended by the city's planning documents, such as the retrofit strategy. DCD will be reporting out on progress on the Urban Forest Management Plan work plan this biennium and reviewing tasks for the next biennium related to the UFMP. As Deputy Mayor Clark noted, this relates to one of the priorities related to forestry and the health of our trees. Here we have some additional capital projects for environment, and a big one is the Lewis Thompson Road Tightline project. We were successful in receiving $3 million from the state for this project during last year's legislative session, so we're very excited about that. And there was one project that was unintentionally left off the draft work plan, and that is shown down here in highlight, which is the Ebright Creek Culvert Replacement Project, and we'll make sure that's included in the final draft that comes to council for approval. So are there any questions about the work plan items in this area?
All right, so Karen first and then Kent.
I had a question around the land acquisition and wanted to know how much that could be, what the definition of what that land could be used for, I guess. Because it says future parks, open spaces, and according to adopted land acquisition strategy and implementation program. So can it only be used for that, or could it be used for Friends of Youth housing? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is there an expanded definition of what the land could be used for?
I think we could probably have Anjali speak to that issue to provide some clarity here, because it's pretty restrictive.
Okay.
Anjali?
Yes. Yeah, I'd be happy to take that question. Good morning, Council. The line item you see here is specific to the Parks Capital Improvement Plan. The land acquisition strategy that it refers to was adopted in 2017, and it was in response to the excessive development and growth that the city was seeing, and it was council's vision to acquire more land for preservation and for passive use. So the funds that are allocated are in our Parks Capital Improvement Plan and are specific for parks use.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. And I had one other question that had to do with E5. As we determine and evaluate basins in high-risk areas in the community, and what I'm curious about is how much has that changed over time? Because with our weather changing, more rain hitting, those critical areas, I wonder how much that changes. Is that something that gets evaluated on an ongoing basis pretty consistently? And I'm just wondering if we've seen some major shifts there.
We've just begun this because it was not looked at before. Let's have Jeff directly answer this. He's working directly with the consultants. Jeff, can you want to go ahead before I start going down that rabbit hole?
Sure. Great question. And it is work in progress. As it was mentioned earlier, it was an added item through the council priority process that we're going through now. It was added last year. Specifically, what the project does is it will evaluate, once we calibrate in E8, the hydraulic model for the basin that we're studying at the moment, which happens to be Ebright Creek. Once we get the calibration fine-tuned, then we will be evaluating the different historical storm regulations. For instance, 2009 had we had a manual associated with that. There was an update in 2016. We are embarking upon adopting the 2021 manual, and we will have the opportunity to evaluate climate change. And then from there, those differences will be We'll bring those back to the council, and then policy direction will be developed for the level of protection beyond what the NPDES permit requires us to do. You'll be afforded that opportunity to either accept what we're doing now or to change that based on the science that we are developing at this point in time. Does that help?
Thank you.
So Jeff, just segueing onto that as well, or add on is, so the question also included review. How often would it then be reviewed once we establish a baseline?
Sure. I would suggest that as we, when the new manual requirement is required upon cities to be updated for the NPDES permit, so it's in a 5-year window typically. It could be sooner if need be, but right now we're going from 2016 to 2021 with the manual update as mandated by our permit. If, however, by policy direction, the vote of the council wants to do that more frequently, that would be up to the council. Does that get to your question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Can I, yes, on the Lewis, or the added one, Ebright Creek. So when I read the title, it looks like that's a replacement of a culvert.
Can I add?
Is that really what that is, or is that a cleaning out of a culvert?
Yeah, let me apologize to the council and the team. Inadvertently, it's technically supposed to be the George Davis Culvert and Fish Passage project. This is the one that will be coming back to you. So I apologize for that. We just finished Ebright Creek this past summer. So that's a ooh,
Yeah.
that's
Are we replacing something we've already done?
Well, when we come back to you to talk about Zaccoos Creek, now that won't be funny then, but anyway.
Well, that's true. That won't be funny.
But for purposes of clarity, this is for the George Davis Culvert and Fish Passage project at East Lake Sammamish Parkway. That's the added project in yellow there. That's the clarity. Sorry about that.
No, no problem. Thank you, Jeff.
Excellent. It doesn't look like there's any more questions in this category.
Okay, let's move on to financial sustainability. We will, in this area, we'll be looking at the surface water management fees this year, which will fund the city's storm and surface water utility. Another important project is the financial sustainability plan. This item was added to the work plan last year at the recommendation of the city manager and with the strong support of council. It will utilize the data from the financial forecasting model to develop a 10-year plan for achieving financial sustainability moving forward. One of the more time-intensive projects anywhere on the work plan for both council and staff will be the 2023-2024 budget process. That will be starting on the staff side this month and will work its way to the council in the fall in the form of the city manager's budget proposal. Along with that are a few items related to the budget, including the 2023 property tax, levy, salary schedules, and the fee schedule. The budget item is highlighted because it relates to most of the council's top priorities in that staffing and funding resources, where necessary, will need to be identified for any projects occurring over the next biennium. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Christy.
Thanks. Less a question, more a comment, which is the financial stability plan, I think should be marked as critical. I think over a 10-year period, if we can look a little bit more forward other than just a biennial budget, that will help us with our planning efforts, because we're embarking on our comprehensive plan, which is obviously a much longer view. And if we can kind of dovetail in a sustainability plan from a finance perspective with all the things we're planning on doing, I think we would be better off in the long term. So I would opt for it to be critical.
Thank you. I would concur. This is phase 2 of the management partners work. We did phase 1 for last year's budget. This is phase 2. We've got a kickoff meeting this Tuesday to meet with them to get started. The council has funded that, and we'll get that going so that it can be completed as soon as possible.
Thanks. Are there other questions for financial sustainability? Karen? No questions? Okay. Karen? Oh, I didn't see yours. The other Karen, yes.
In terms of the financial stability plan, does that also include funding strategies like grant programs and so forth? I'm just trying to understand how comprehensive that is, I guess.
Yes, it will model our budget and look at, it's almost a plug and play type of program. You say, we'd like to do $100 million in bonds to fund this, this, and this. And you can put that in there. It will look at the cash flow demands and all of that sort of thing to give you options. Oh, if we wanted to have a franchise fee of X percent on this, it will generate this much money and over a period of time. Because right now, there are some budget deficiencies where we deficit budget, we don't deficit spend. And so how do we get to a positive cash flow, and what other things do we need to do? Lots of programming out there that needs financing. How can we do that without just sitting in a circle saying, my best guess is, oh, on the calculator, I get this. Right. That's a sophisticated plan that's been used in other communities here in King County, too.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Karen. I don't see any other questions rising from the council. We can go to the next one.
Okay, second to last here, we have high-performing and secure government. The items in this area lean more internally on the administrative side. One of the items council added earlier this year is reflected here, relating to the development of a plan for encouraging minority and women-owned business enterprises throughout the city's contracting processes, and that is currently getting underway on the staff side. There are a couple of large HR projects in this area, such as the employee handbook update and the classification and compensation study. And IT will be leading some large projects as well, such as finishing the implementation of the electronic records management system and updating technology in conference rooms to reflect the new normal hybrid working environment. Of note, there is also an item on here related to facilitated communication and trust building, which is intended to continue the momentum council has started here at the retreat throughout the rest of this year. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
I saw Christy get hers right up just before Karen, so let's do those two in that order.
So I was just curious about G6 and G7 because they're marked 2021. Did those already occur? Is there to be a future touch point? I'm just curious why they're on the work plan for this year with no color coding.
Jim Hominick, IT Director, could you help us out with G6 and G7 and the status of those?
Sure. So the electronic records management system, in partnership with the clerk's office, we started in 21 with the intent of finishing up by the end of 22. So we've got the clerk's office records integrated into the new system. We are currently ramping up on the Parks and Rec area, and then we'll continue working through the other departments for the rest of the year. On the conference room side, again, we've started enhancing some of the technology there so that we can better facilitate the hybrid work environment of some people in the office, some people working remotely, and having that integration and working seamlessly for all.
So I do have a question on kind of defining conference room. Is that literally a conference room, or does that include the room we're sitting in currently? Because I think we're probably overdue for some upgrades for cameras in here as well. I've heard the public state that they can't, our cameras seem to be outdated and they aren't very good. So I didn't know if that included council chambers or not.
So council chambers and the executive boardroom actually have been upgraded.
Okay.
The camera side of it, as far as being broadcast in higher definition, has some restrictions in the system that we're using right now. So we can explore that, but the overall, the upgrade to the council chambers in the executive boardroom is complete.
Okay, and of course, we haven't really been in here for 2 years, so how would I know?
Right.
Thank you.
And mine relates back to G6 also in terms of, I wondered if that shouldn't be marked a critical project, because to me, that's the underpinning of understanding where your records are and what they're telling you. But maybe it doesn't need to have an X critical markation if you're in the process of working on it. If giving it an X now, does that make any difference or not?
Yeah, from my perspective, it doesn't. We're still tracking for completion through the end of 22, so that's our target, and we are working forward with that. We can make it critical, and what that would do is possibly slow down some of the other work items that don't surface to this level.
Okay.
It's been an important project for us since I arrived, and we're working through it methodically, and we've made a tremendous amount of progress because we determined what software to use and who's going to work on it, and IT has and the clerk's office have been working hand in hand for some time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Not sure I see anybody else that wants to raise a question. I think we're ready to go to the next one then.
Okay, our final focus area is, if I can find my mouse, transportation. And this is actually our largest focus area. There are quite a few items in here. T1 through T3 relate to the Bluma project, which we're all familiar with. And like the Stormwater CIP, the Transportation Improvement Plan T6 is also planned to come to council this year with adoption slated for July. Both this and the Bluma projects relate to some of the priorities we heard earlier regarding adequate concurrency and safety. Some additional projects we have on here relate to an analysis of the roundabout at Sunny Hills Elementary and the fire station. We're going to be looking at our traffic impact fees and making sure those are updated, as well as adopting a complete streets ordinance. Parks is working on continuing their work to finish their wayfinding program. And then a variety of transportation-related capital projects down here. We have our pavement management program, the reconstruction of East Lake Sammamish Shore Lane. Like Parks had, we have ADA barrier removal here in the right-of-way. Our overlay, a discussion on Issaquah Falls City Road Phase 2, and some others that we can see here on the screen. So with that, I will open it up to any questions or conversation.
Christy.
Thanks. I do have one question on T9 where it's talking about the 218th, Southeast 8th, 218th corridor city. It says on hold, but then it's marked as like we're touching it in May. So is there an ask for us to remove the hold, or what? Somebody's gonna have to remind me about the hold. It says on hold subject to 6-year TIP funding. Is that the only sticking point? We're touching it, but we don't have a TIP, so why is it not still on hold, I guess is my question.
Mayor, Jeff, if you're available to weigh in on that one, please. Certainly. Because we didn't have a TIP moving forward, we budgeted a limited amount of dollars to get to the, a preliminary assessment of the project and elements of the project. And the dollars came in for the cost of the project in the $30 and $40 million range. And so we put it on hold subject to getting a TIP further adopted. And so we will be back with council through the TIP process to look at which projects need to be added going forward.
And I would add, council, you'll hear this again from Jeff, is that he'll at a later date when we go over this, why the TIP was on hold, but also the essential elements of the TIP is the financial feasibility, not just council's desire to get it on the TIP list, which then has an impact on determining concurrency submittals, but the ability for it to be paid for. Hence the critical importance of the financial stability and forecasting model that we're working on.
Kent?
Anjali, is the T12, where the park system-wide wayfinding program is, has that been approved and funded already?
Yeah, yes, Councilmember Treen, and this is a very small amount. I want to say in the neighborhood of 25,000 for this year. We researched this and found the easiest way to tackle it is to do it in-house. We know our streets best, and this was an outcome of the pro plan that some of our residents don't know where our parks are. So essentially, it's the blue signs that you've seen going
Yes.
up in the south end of the city that help people find our parks.
And then I've also noticed there's new signs within the parks as well, and so that's part of that as well, when you say "and through city parks."
For the most part, this is focusing on finding our way to the parks, but you are right, as we are working on improvement plans within our parks, we also have a nice system of signage within the parks, particularly for ones that have like a network of trails, like your Evans Creek Reserve, Big Rock Central.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Any other questions? I don't see any.
Great, so that is all we had as far as work plan sheets go, and definitely appreciate all the really great questions and discussion. I guess I just want to do a temperature check at this point. Obviously, we're going to be talking about priorities next, the council's priorities next, but based on what you're seeing here, as far as what staff have proposed, does this align with the council's expectations, or do we see any adjustments that may be needed?
I have a question. You're all surprised. And it has to do with a gap I'm trying to understand where we like on the safety feature, and specifically, we didn't talk about police and that aspect of our budget as far as like the interconnectivity between EFR and police. And that connection point is Core Connect in particular. And so by that I mean, this is where residents are calling 911. Oftentimes it's not emergent. It's often, I've fallen and I need services and things of that nature. And Core Connect supplies a service afterwards where they go in and try to help a resident determine what needs to happen maybe next for them. I don't see that physical safety aspect represented in this plan. There's sometimes overlap between EFR and police, and sometimes they both show up at the same place at the same time, which I know you don't want to address here. That's not a thing. But it's more like just kind of a different view of safety and the follow-up care management aspect of safety for residents when it's not a fire, but it's a safety issue. I just didn't see it reflected here, and I was just curious as to why that was, or if that's just accommodated someplace else, and I don't get it.
I don't think it is recognized or accommodated somewhere else, but we can put it in the parking lot as something that we need to go back and look at unless staff can point to something. But I think that's something we could bring the fire chief, the police chief together with the council, and the council could identify what some of their concerns are, and then we can help facilitate some of the answers, and or depending upon how that comes out as to how council might want it further addressed.
Okay.
So as far as the work plan, I mean, I think things look great, and I know there's a ton more. So as far as like, yeah, this looks good for the year, I don't think I could say that, I guess, because I would love to see more details. But I think this is a great start and a great, at least high-level example of what's going on. But I don't want to like vote that that's it, we're done for the year, you know, because I know that's not the point, but I'm just like always looking for more.
But to that point, it is part of the point. You do need to bless it at some point. Otherwise, your staff and the manager's office is a bit rudderless or guessing at which way to turn the rudder. So this is the part of the progressive learning, I would say, for the council, is that we can explain or provide backup materials that you can read at your leisure, and then identify more questions. But now we want to get into that part where, because we're not finished here today, we've got to talk about your priorities and where they might fit this year, and or is that something next year? And if it is next year, what do we do preliminarily? Or if we do it this year, how big a priority is it, because something else might need to get bumped, and what is that priority? We don't have the luxury of the council getting down to the operational weeds. That's where you have to look at where your role is policy direction, not detailed operational direction. And it's difficult, I know, especially when you work at an operational level and I need to understand more. But please ask the questions. We'll provide the information. But the manager's goal today, when we walk out of here, is, wow, we didn't make it. We need another meeting right away then. We need to finish this. Because when, for example, when I arrived, the council had tried to work through a work plan, but it wasn't completed, and we didn't get all the council buy-in until like March, April, into May, and it put us behind in 2020, and the council really worked hard in 2021 to get it refined. We refined it some more. We refined this some more so that the staff knows what the direction is, and they can plan their work calendars and program their people for the different projects that need to be fitted in around the day-to-day operations. So at some point today, at the end of the day, we're going to say, do you like it? We can adjust it, and then we're going to bring it back, as Scott mentioned the other day, with a reso. So at a council meeting, we're going to ask you to buy into it, so we've all got something to reference. When you go out to the public, or when the manager's office or director goes out, they know these are the council's priorities, and that's what we're working for. Doesn't mean it can't be adjusted or something can't be added later in the year, but it reminds us all there's only so much human capacity in the staffing that we have with the budget we have. And if the council works through that, then you get into more detail come budget. You get into what makes up all of this. And so it's another bite at the apple, at the elephant. And all through that time doesn't preclude you from learning more and more. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I was just saying, temperature check is different than voting, so I'm like, where are we landing today? That's what I was wondering. Because I know you said you'll bring it again, and then we'll actually vote on it. And so that's what I'm like, what are we doing today?
We want to get the concrete firming up pretty good, so when we bring it back, it's significant issue if you say, wait a minute, I don't agree. We want concurrence here today, so we've got something to work off of. But we have time to get some of the other questions answered. We have staff available. So now is sort of a temperature check. Are we on track? Now we need to talk about priorities, how they fit in, how they don't, where they might get programmed.
Looks like Scott wants to add something.
I would say just the follow-up to that, Deputy Mayor, is that whatever comes out of this follow-up conversation with council about what you identify as your priorities allows us a little bit of time to go back and try to flesh them out just a little bit, to come back and say, is this what you think? We think this is what we heard. Does this fit? And we think it might take this much amount of resource. This is, again, high level, excuse me. And that we will add it to the work plan, and that then that would be the final piece. So I don't anticipate a bunch more touch points. Quite frankly, we were hoping to be able just to come back and take one more, just sort of final, is this, does this fit with everything that we discussed, then we move forward from there, if that's helpful.
Yeah, it is. I think I'm just like, oh, we've had 2 days, and this is a lot. So
That's
normally we get
just
about 2 weeks.
information out of a
so
fire hose, no doubt. Yeah.
That's
So I saw Christy next, followed by Kent, and then followed by Karen.
Okay, so just to, I think for council's benefit, and just, I guess I'm being a little repetitive here, is that this is our time to work through that. I know it is drinking through a fire hose, but we are, I think as the city manager stated, it's March. This is the work plan for this year, so to upend everything, like, we need to tie it with a bow today so that it can show back up on a consent and that we're not pulling it off and just rehashing things. Like, that's what this time is for. Hash it out here. So if there's things that are on that work plan that you would rather pull off, then this is the time to discuss those. From my vantage point, I think that the work plan, generally speaking, looks pretty good. I still, want to have that discussion based on what all of our priorities are and find out what dovetails in well with timing, and then allow staff to give us their vantage point on, the availability of staff to work on those things and timing. And, not everything can happen in 2022, right? Some things may need to, maybe they start at the end of 2022 and they're not done until 2023. But I think from my vantage point, I am generally supportive of what I see on the work plan. I think my only indigestion is the Southeast 8th to 18th project and the hold part. I almost need to go back and refresh my own memory. I think there may have been some question relative to cost, and I say cost because there are other projects that are more expensive and we have finite resources. So that may have been kind of a secondary thing and not a 6-year window as the tip looks. But aside from that, I am generally supportive of what I see up here on this work plan.
If I could dovetail into that before we go on to the next question, is the example that we used earlier of what was E8 and E9. It was like the hydrology and all of that. When that was brought up, part of council's direction was we want to start exploring that. And so it was dovetailed into the work plan at a very high level for us to go out and seek consultants to help guide us on, okay, where do we go from here? Because there was a lot of data out there, but who can pull all of that together? We need a consultant. So we got North American Hydrology or somebody like that to come in, and then we figured out where we had some money for it, or we came back and we needed some more money, and or it was at the midterm, the carryover, we identified money to pay for more consulting work, and we were reporting back. Then the council said, okay, well, let's take it to the next step with the consultants. So we added those in and then sort of figured out as we were going along how to make that dovetail in. If that's an example of something that wasn't on the work plan at all and got dialogued and added.
I think Kent was next, and then Karen, and then I see Kaylee's thing back up, so you'll be after Karen.
Yeah, so I'll keep it short, or try to. So I'm with Christy, or the mayor, Christy Malchow's comments. I would have said very similar things as far as the work plan goes. And the other thing that I wanted to kind of add on, and Dave took it on in a different direction than I was thinking about it, because when I came onto the council and looked at this kind of long-term planning, high-level policy stuff, drinking from the fire hose, and what I came to realize pretty quickly that year was we were always behind. The staff was telling us this is mandatory, and then I would be like, but you brought it to me on Friday and you want me to make a decision on Tuesday. How frustrating is that? Right? Because this is like, and it can't go any further than Tuesday night. There was no tabling this discussion. And I think one of the outcomes of that was we had extremely long council member meetings when I first got on the council. So the reason why we're working today, and I think we're, again, a little bit behind because it's March, but the idea is that this plan directs staff to say, okay, here's the mandatory things, and then they have it pretty scheduled out. And this is what I like about it, and thank you, staff. They have it scheduled out that, okay, I'm going to see this, I'm going to touch it in May, I'm going to touch it again in June. This is going to be at a high level, this is more detailed, now make the decision, council. So you've had it now we've had that information, this piece of it, for 3 months. And we're going to look at the budget for what, 4? Aaron can weigh in on that, but I think we're going to get about 4 months to really beat up the budget. And so I appreciate like this council doing the hard work again, the staff doing the hard work, bringing it forward so that we're not experiencing that crush every council meeting. We're actually going to have the ability to have some of this stuff actually be on the consent agenda because we've already hashed it out and pretty much beat it up already before. So most of our council meetings should end by 11 o'clock. I smile when I say that. Sorry, that was a cheap plug. My bad.
Oh, I so second that. Oh, God. My question has to do around, well, first of all, I am supportive in general of the plan. I think this is a great direction, and I'm really thrilled to see this so organized. And my concern is centered around silos. And so as I see the work plan, I think it'd be very easy to silo departments in such a way that I just wondered about that cross-connectivity part. And I'll just go to an example of, like, when I asked the question about housing, even though, yeah, parks budget, but what if the house was in a park? You know, if it was a Friends of Youth house in the park. So it's a housing thing and it's a park thing. As we start to set our priorities, and if, for example, if we set certain types of housing or supportive housing as a priority, is there a way that these two teams they flex and are able to, and already we have an answer?
I think as you spend more time working with this staff, we've worked very hard to build an executive team that is not siloed. They do lots of crossover. We have lots of joint meetings. We, as directors, we have like 2 meetings a week that we talk about pre-agenda, post-agenda, and there is a lot of crossover. I would say especially between community development and public works, and there isn't any defensiveness or protectionism or territorial issues other than, well, this is your responsibility, this is mine, let's talk about how we find solutions. There was some cultural issues in some areas of the city that we've worked very hard to change, but it's very much a joint issue. If there was a housing that could be transitioned in the parks, then it would be. In fact, we do have one right over here in the Commons that is for tutorial work or some counseling center. So it's not an issue here. And if we run across an issue, it gets quickly resolved. So they're a terrific set of directors. I hope that.
And that's really helpful because that is something that council doesn't see. That's not it's non-obvious. And so have to ask the question.
And a very, very fair question. And an important one that be addressed. And so I'm glad I had the opportunity to address it.
Thanks, Dave. Kaylee next, and then Christy.
Sorry, I'm going again. I will say, yes, overall, I definitely support the work plan. I didn't mean to say I didn't. The only thing I wanted to mention is that, we haven't had public comment. So then making these yeah, this looks great. And then it just coming back on consent feels like a lot. So I just wanted to mention that I wish we had that opportunity, and that's all.
Microphone. I think Councilmember Treen mentioned earlier that we're always getting behind, and I want to be sure that we as council take ownership for always getting behind, because it is our fault. It is not staff's fault, because anytime we add something to do, and things pop up that we add, but it does shift things, and I'm only using it as an example because it appeared on our work plan as something that we added this year that wasn't there before, which was the women and minority-owned businesses and incorporating that. And that's great work to do, but it does shift things down. Staff have to work on that, and then something else kind of moves back. So I only state that is that when we then have the discussion about our priorities and putting them into this plan, that it is possible that though we support this, that it will start shifting things, because our staff only has so much bandwidth to contend with before things have to fall off and get pushed out. So I at least just wanted to own that as a council, that's our fault. And then Kaylee made mention about public comment. And we did get an email this morning. I didn't see it until later from a resident, and it totally did not end up on our agenda, and I didn't catch it, and apparently none of the council caught it either. But we always have public comment at a retreat, and we do not have a placeholder for it, and that was a mistake on our part, so I want to own that one as well. And I would like to ask if there are members of the public that are watching, if we could please add that. Maybe I assume we're going to take a break here in short order for lunch. Maybe if we can add public comment for residents, that would be right after our break so that they can provide some feedback. But additionally, there is another opportunity for public comment because we're not voting on this, and it is on consent. We can obtain public comment that way too. Of course, there's the ability for the public to always email us, which Mary Wichter was kind enough to do in providing the fact that, hey, you're not allowing public comment. So she's right. We omitted that, and that is something we should not have done. So I'd like to add that back in.
And I'll just straight up, buck stops here, that we overlooked it too. We were just looking to take care of you folks.
It's all good. We have a chance to remedy it. It's just unfortunate they don't have enough lead time, unless they're watching right now. But
in other times, didn't they also have, didn't you guys have presentations from other groups? Like I thought like Sammamish Friends and stuff had come in prior years talking about their organization, their nonprofit and stuff. That doesn't sound familiar?
Only during public comment.
Oh, is that when?
Yeah.
And we used to give them 5 minutes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And we have not done like show and tells by departments because the feedback that I got was that took a lot of time and we didn't get our work plan done. And to me, it was the work plan. It's the work plan. And so we didn't do that last year, but on the public comment, again, apologies, but we'll make that accommodation, sir, certainly.
So Mayor, to that point, I think right after lunch, if we want to start with public comment, I think that's great. One of the other things that I would suggest is one thing that we can do, rather than bring it on consent, we could start off having it as an actual agenda item so that we take public comment and then don't vote on it until the next business meeting after that. It delays the timeline of implementing the work plan, but I think for the vast majority of it, I think that we as staff feel like we're in fairly good footing about moving forward with most of those things, and it might just be shifting what happens when, as opposed to completely removing something, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. I think my ask of council is let's try and do as much of the talking as we can now, because this is why our meetings also go until midnight, is that we rehash things all over again. And let's try not to do that. Let's use the time, if it's going to be an agenda item, to address maybe items that are coming from the public, rather than trying to go backwards and use our time more wisely.
Excellent. Well, here's my proposal. I don't know if I don't know if you need a full hour for lunch. What if we aim for 45-ish minutes, but make it easy for people who want to log in, that it'll give us 50 minutes for lunch. And we start our meeting again at 12:45. Then we can get information out to the public, and we can begin with public comment. Is that fair? Looking at the IT people and everybody going, yes, that's good. So we can get a message out. 12:45, we'll reconvene, and we will open it up to public comment, and whatever the parameters are around that, timing-wise, you'll inform me and see how I can help support you during that piece. And then we'll pick up and talk about the priorities and have an engaging conversation also with our city directors, and we can see where you might have questions about some of the things that are important to you and how that fits into the current work. So, all right. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, council, he's got, they're recording, I guess. We still have 2 minutes, because it's 1 minute, now it's 12:44. All right, well, I am going to wait till 12:45. That's probably just a few seconds, but just because we notified the public that we'd be doing public comment at 12:45, I just want to give all a moment to get back. We wanted to shun the sun anyway. All right, it is 12:45, so council is resuming, and we are going to kick this portion off with public comment. So up to 3 minutes of verbal public comment may be provided per person live during the meeting. During public comment, the city clerk will ask attendees to press the raise hand button if they wish to give comment. If you're joining the meeting by phone, you'll need to dial *9 to raise your hand. When it's your turn to speak, the clerk will unmute you, and you will be given the ability to turn on your web camera if you desire. You will be notified when you have 15 seconds remaining to wrap up your comments, after which you will be muted at the end of the 3-minute comment period. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone that would like to give public comment?
Yes, please raise your hands if you'd like to give public comment today. I currently see 2 hands raised. I will unmute the callers or promote them as the order they've raised their hands. Don Jaron.
Greetings, City Council. My name is Don Jaron, and I'm a resident of Sammamish since 1979. I have a couple of comments about the council proposed work plan for this year and beyond. I listened with interest to the council members' priorities and heard a lot of good considerations. In particular, Council Member Karen Howe listed as a priority a senior community center near the town center. She mentioned the senior housing proposal, Merrill Gardens, and I assume that smaller housing choices coming to the town center would also be of interest to seniors downsizing. Councilmember Amy Lamb affirmed the neglect of the senior faction, also mentioning need for transportation considerations. Then Councilmember Karen Moran, a board member of Eastside Friends of Seniors, agreed for a need for a senior center. She mentioned the Big Rock North house, which I totally agree is worth reviewing as a possible center, along with the Big Rock South property and a review of the Boys and Girls Club contract. She also mentioned that Eastside Friends of Seniors does do transportation for seniors. Mayor Christy Malchow also supported reviewing the old Susan Bell house in Big Rock North. And Councilmember Kaylee Clark mentioned that the Sammamish seniors are organized and looking to work with the city to make a senior community center happen. I have heard that the town center developer is willing to sit down and discuss concepts also. This is the year to stop talking and move forward with making a senior community center happen. Another important consideration, which can tie into the Transportation Master Plan, is pedestrian connectivity. A priority of Sammamish Friends is trails, and that's including options for connecting Lower Commons with Big Rock Park, either Big Rock Park North or Big Rock Park Central with a trail behind Mary Queen of Peace. And that includes options to work with the developers that are working in that area and also property owners. You could perhaps obtain easements across properties or purchase some properties, develop easements, and then resell the properties. Another priority of Sammamish Friends has been the Emerald Necklace, that vision of a 28-mile non-motorized loop around the plateau. With the support from Mountains to Sound Greenway, King County, Issaquah Alps, and citizens of Sammamish, progress has been made, and we are looking to working with the City Council and staff to continue towards achieving this vision. Lastly, I wanted to mention that in recent weeks, I toured the trails of all the city's parks and would like
15 seconds.
The council, park staff, Parks Commission, and volunteers like Sammamish stewards for the excellent condition of the parks. Thank you all and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Gerund.
I will now promote the next caller. Mary Wichter.
Hi, my name's Mary Wichter. I've been in Sammamish 21 years. I first want to say thank you for letting me know you read my email today and allowing public comment today, as well as touch points after this meeting, as people might not have known. I think Kaylee Clark asked about that. Just so you can know for your deliberations today, first of all, everything Don Jaron said, I ditto. I thought it was excellent. The other thing that's on that was asked about by Councilmember Treen was S4 for Title 23, which David Pyle said is the overhaul of the code compliance. We have really old codes in the city. We've gotten some new code, but that can't even be enforced. We really do need to have the code compliance, and we just got the new development regulations, and we're only doing the scoping for phase 3. So please let the code compliance work. David and his team are excellent staff, and I'm sure they'll do a fine job, but it's really, really, truly needed, and it is on the current list. Secondly, for regional stormwater, I really prefer to call it sub-area town center stormwater because it's not regional. But anyway, I believe that you should work with Sammamish Plateau Water to learn what you can do to recoup costs. And I do believe that E8 and E9, which are the stormwater things with also other E numbers, will help inform that. So I think I would let that happen. Also, Councilmember Kaylee Clark did want to have the full-time staff person for urban forestry management plan. That needs to happen as soon as possible. Sebastian is awesome and tremendous. I've worked with him as a native plant steward. Behind me are salmon berries from East Sammamish Park, where I personally have put in over 150 hours, plus the required 100 hours training to become a Washington native plant steward. It is so needed. We need it now if you can get that done. It's just one position. So important. Also, I really like the idea on the people commissions, not council member committees. I think that could get started this year with and not really postpone other things. And then everything you can do for seniors, let's get it started this year. I also respect very highly the Human Services Commission. I believe that they might also be able to help in addition to all the resources that Don Jaron listed. I do believe that attainable housing and affordable housing are both important. And I think you should start by requiring that smaller houses get built and also limiting the size of remodels and limiting the size of new things getting built, which development regulations phase 2 will help with, but we really shouldn't be building any large houses or a lot of large houses in critical areas. Also for emergency on ingress, egress for earthquake, Some excellent comments there by a number of council members. I believe that Andrew Stevens can competently do that with the work for emergency that is going to be done this year with Cascadia Rising and the earthquake preparedness, because we could actually test those communication channels that are needed. Regarding newspaper deadlines,
15 seconds.
For how to submit ideas, please do land acquisition and give granted money that was given to the city back to the parks to continue. And please support doing document control. It's so essential and needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Victor.
I will now promote the final commenter. Paul Stickney.
Hello, City Council. Paul Stickney here, Sammamish. Good job on your retreat so far. Lots of good, insightful conversations, important information. Appreciate the opportunity to hear it all and enjoyed yesterday's session as well. A lot of good topics for, discussion about how to find compromise between, different positions, stands, aims that people have. That was well done. I'd suggest if any of you haven't had the opportunity to take a look at the Planning Commission meeting that happened on Thursday, was a good discussion about the comprehensive plan and some public comments, good public comments today from Don, Jaron, and Mary. Agree with all those things that were said. And thanks, Mary, for sending in an email about the public comment, and to Christy Malchow as well. It is true that at most retreats, I've seen a public comment, and I do think that is a smart idea. A comment I heard today, and I've seen on social media as well as on some articles and some local blog sources, I'd like to add as a radio announcer that I used to like, Paul Harvey would say, the rest of the story. I agree that from the Growth Management Hearing Board perspective and the volume over capacity concurrency, that initially the board did find that the volume over capacity was not in error, and they did find that it was adopted in a way that was not appropriate. But as the case unfolded, they reserved judgment, and I'll skip all the details and just get to the rest of the story. Ultimately, the Growth Management Hearing Board found that the volume over capacity standard that was adopted by the city did not support the land use and the transportation element that needs to support land use for the adopted comprehensive plan and town center plan. So it was found inconsistent, and also it was found, and I can't recall their exact term, but it was not in sync with 3 of the 14
15 seconds
with the GMA. So I would just be mindful of that in moving forward on how you evaluate V over C in relation to land use. Okay, appreciate the chance for the comment today.
Thank you, Mr. Stickney. Madam City Clerk, does that complete our?
I do not see any further hands raised.
Thank you so much. Okay. Wendy, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Great, thanks, Christy, and thanks to our 3 citizens for their time and interest in this and their comments. It was really useful and informative. We're hoping for next is this dialogue that we've been postponing. And my hope is that it is somewhat of that dialogue so that you can understand things a little bit better with each other, and actually invite our directors to come back on screen and hoping that in this process that they can also serve to ask some questions of you, right? There might be some, to use your word, I know you said intersectionality, but there are some intersections between some of the work that they've already been doing, perhaps, and some of the things that's of interest to you. And so maybe they have some questions about trying to understand your thinking further, right? So this is just a beautiful opportunity for all of you, not only those leaders that are going to show up on the screen, but also for each of you to ask each other perhaps a little bit more, some of the questions that we said, hey, make that note so that we can get back to it. Because the intention in our time that we have next, not only is to get to know these a little bit better, but at the end of it, what we're hoping to get is some consensus, because we can't do all 12 things, right? It is to have enough understanding about what might be those few areas, 3 to 4 areas, right? That council has enough consensus around saying that these are the ones out of everything, we've heard each other, we've listened to each other, but these are the ones that we're asking maybe the city team members to go and take it to the next step. And I'm going to invite Mike, because you can describe that a little bit better. Like, what would be the ask? What would be some of the next steps once we kind of refine this into the top 3 to 4 areas?
Yeah, I think once we reach that point, we can, as staff, go back and do some of the scoping for each of these items. So, what will that take as far as staffing? What do we need to include in the budget? And what are the individual components and timelines associated to accomplish that? So I think it's, just coming back, doing that scoping exercise, and then bringing that discussion back to the council at potentially an upcoming study session where further dialogue can be had.
Awesome. And that's where, if I'm understanding, and please, again, correct me. So what we're looking for a couple of things today, right? In general, we wanted to know what your, how much support there is for the current work plan, right? And we're hoping that it's, it's at least 95+%. That's Wendy's number, not that any of these guys, but most of it is there. And that when you name your top few priorities together after this next conversation, then they can go back and figure out, well, where does some of the work that you're saying is a priority and how can that fit in, right? So all of those are some of the next conversations or the next couple of council meetings. Am I correct in that? Edit.
Yeah, thanks, Wendy. I think the goal would be to get to what the mayor was describing, is to come back at a study session, allow for public comment, present a little bit more fleshed out of a scope and a bit of a timeline to make sure we're on the right path, and then for that to come back for a final approval, hopefully on consent at a meeting after that. So that would be the whole process to get us to an adopted work plan.
So then you would see some of these priorities that you're saying yes to in that. Does that make sense? That's okay. So let's start. Karen's anxious to offer a question so what Mike did up here is he took your 12 priorities, and since 2 of them had to do with stormwater, he just kind of lumped that together, even though there might be some differences within that. But in terms of a priority, that, that's one of the proposals around stormwater, even though there's different pieces. And then also around seniors, right? So that's why you see those 2 kind of aligned on that. So for the purpose of this, in the end, after the dialogue, we're hoping to take these 10 and have the group reach some consensus on what your top 3 to 4 might be for this year, right? Because you can't do everything. So that's the intention of this next piece. All right. So if you want, Mike, we can go ahead and hide that, and we can just invite the dialogue together among the council and with the city directors. Karen, and then Christy.
Well, my question goes back to the stormwater, because when listening to both Kent and Christy on the stormwater, I heard 2 different concerns on stormwater. Kent, I think your stormwater is a little bit more citywide. on stormwater versus Christie, which was more town center.
No, I talked about regional being the retrofitting. That's outside town center. That
Oh,
was- yeah.
okay. Okay.
Can I offer along those lines to what Councilmember Moran just said? Maybe it might be helpful for Jeff maybe to talk a little bit about what is going on and how what you heard previously, how that either, are we already doing things along those lines that are going to maybe meet that goal, or are there some gaps where we might want to identify those as part of this process?
So I guess the best answer I would give, the way that I've heard it and understood it, is that we are taking a scientific look at the stormwater hydraulics and hydrology using the Ebright Creek Basin as our master look at. And subject to the outcome of that, we'll be able to use that much like a traffic model as a framework to go out, to the other basins, so to speak. The council, as we said earlier, will have an opportunity to either stay the course with what the permit requires in the King County manual as the adopted tool, or refinements to that. So we're working on that part of it. If there is a desire to look at town center in doing regional stormwater, we had put that on hold subject to the outcome of last year's E9, which is the analytic pieces of 2009, 16, 21, 22, and climate change. So we have not done anything with the town center in the last 2 years that I'm in the time that I've been here. So I think that's what I've heard.
Thanks. So one thing that I think might be helpful in this exercise of going through what's already on the work plan and council priorities is some of these things are tethered to the work plan, are already in the work plan, and so we may be able to remove those or at least caveat them. So I think Jeff's not incorrect. When we were asked, it's like, well, what are your priorities? Well, a priority of mine is regional stormwater in the town center, but I recognize that there's something that's sitting on our work plan currently that is working ultimately toward that goal. And then there's other things on there, I talked about concurrency, right? That's also something that's, tethered into an item currently. So that may be helpful in kind of narrowing down what we ultimately add into the work plan if we can remove some of what our priorities are that are already recognized.
If I may add, Christy, that sparked me to think about, we are also doing a capital plan update for stormwater, which will bring forward basin plans, the retrofit strategies, other elements, which will look at regional and biggest bang for the buck opportunities and those kinds of things as well. So I think your point is well taken, that there are multiple facets or tethers to this.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's helpful to bring back our list and then try and say, oh yeah, well, we're covering that already in some way, shape, or form.
I think that we were looking at a combination of that. In essence, we didn't want to presuppose that what you had identified was necessarily on there. And so part of this is to say, for you all collectively or individually to say, no, it was my priority, but it's already being covered. Therefore, there's not necessarily an add, but we don't want to say for sure that that's the case. So I think that would be very helpful, Mayor, if we did, as we go through these, if it's your priority and you, either through the conversation we had or what we will have as we go through this, if you feel like it's being addressed, at least for now, then maybe you can self-identify and say, I think that one can be moved down to the bottom, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, I think if Mike or Lita can pull back up our priority list, that will probably help kind of guide us a little bit. I just want to make sure, like when I say regional stormwater, and I'm not going to speak for Councilmember Treen, because that's two issues, and I think actually to some degree both of my issues that I embedded in stormwater are being covered, because one of the items in our current work plan is retrofitting, because that was one item that I brought up, so that piece is being covered. I want to make sure we're not losing the concept of regional stormwater through the former E8 and E9. I don't even know what they're called now, E3, E4. Because, time is of the essence relative to regional stormwater. If another application walks in the door and they've got their own individual stormwater retention pond, we're that much further away from actually being able to realize that as a possibility. So there's some urgency to that. I just didn't want to lose it by putting it at the bottom. If it's
No, totally fair, Mayor, and I think, I'm sorry if I apologize if I gave the wrong impression. I just meant the bottom of this list in terms of adds to the work plan.
Gotcha. Yep. Perfect. So my two are sitting on there, and I think they're both being addressed to one degree or another on our current work plan.
Thank you. Kent?
Yeah, I would agree. The stormwater is being covered on the work plan. And then also I think, if I'm not mistaken, and because the city manager spoke to this, but that safety issue, even though we need to keep it as a focus and a priority for the city, that I think most of what I'm concerned about on the safety is being covered, with the exception of, I think the urban forest and natural areas crew position and/or how we are actually going to implement fire safety in a bedroom forested community needs to be addressed, and sooner than later. But I will leave more comment for Deputy Mayor Clark on that one as well. Thanks.
Thanks.
I was just going to say, what I wanted staff to be sure to do is those that seem to be in alignment is to make a special note on the particulars from the different council folks on what their concern was, so they have it in their notes, so we stay captive to the more precise definition. And I think we have captured that in a couple spots. And as to the safety and the urban forester, I see those as maybe talking with each other, but I see them as different. But I'll leave that to Councilmember Clark to more define.
So I see Christy next.
Yeah, I thought it might be easy to go through some of the priorities, because I scribbled notes as I was listening to my fellow council members, so maybe I can just speak to the others that are not necessarily mine and add some flavor to it. Since the safety thing is highlighted, one thing I heard Councilmember Lamb say was that in a true emergency, be it an earthquake or something else, our residents are largely ill-informed about what to do. And I agree with her. I don't think that information, it might be readily available, but I don't even know if an earthquake hit right now, I have no idea what I'm doing. And that is a problem. So if our city council is ill-informed in an emergency, what to do, we're a reflection of our community. And so that might not be that component, may not be like a work plan ad, but it could just be utilizing what we already possess as far as materials and just constantly pushing it out to our residents. I mean, if anything is true about communications these days, is that you cannot simply say it once and you've got to keep hitting it. It should be in every newsletter. Every single print newsletter, we should be telling our residents, here's where you can find the information. We print out the parks thing once a year, twice a year, whatever it is. Maybe we're mailing out an emergency management thing. That would be far more higher of a priority than, what amenities our parks provides. And maybe we can swap out one's an emergency thing and one is a parks thing instead of, doing it twice a year or whatever it was we do. So that's not necessarily something for us to do, but just, I guess, a general comment as far as emergency preparedness.
I think you make a good point. We have been getting information out. If we go back and we look at some of our publications, there's information on self-preparedness and that sort of thing. We can do a lot more, and COVID really did hold us back. All the effort that we had to make on how to manage ourselves through COVID COVID vaccinations took a tremendous amount of the EM's time to get going, and he has been working on other grants and working on these programs that we're launching now in this year. But we can do a lot more outreach, and we haven't been able to do all the training we wanted to do with council, because we had talked about a lot more training just for our staff and the council in preparedness to Cascadia Rising. So we've got a lot to cram in right now, because Cascadia Rising is going to happen, and we are participating. We've committed a year and a half ago to putting in 2 days worth of time. So a lot more outreach needs to be done. There's no question about it.
Yeah, and it's outreach that I think I'm after, and pointing people where to go for the information. I don't necessarily think it's an Andrew thing. It's more of a communication thing. If the resources exist and the roadmap for a resident in the event of emergency already exists, we just need to put that in their hands. It is very hard to get a horse. You can lead them to water, but you can't make them drink thing. So that's why the repeated hitting them with it. Eventually, people will retain and absorb that information over time if we continue to provide it. So I think that's just kind of where I was going with that thought. I did want to kind of hit on some of the other priorities if I can, and just some of the notes, and maybe can add some assistance as to how we order these.
Could I just step in just for a second, since we were talking about safety?
Go
Sorry.
ahead, please.
I understand that, we are putting communication out. It tends, to me, it seems the onus is on the residents. Like we'll say ways to prevent, fireproof your home, for instance, but the onus is on the residents to manage. And I think it would be very helpful to have a step-by-step plan just to put out there for residents to see what exactly we're doing. In the case of a wildfire, this is what's going to happen. The city will do X, X, and X. We will do, this is what's going to happen to the roads. You should go to the website. You will receive whatever information on your phone. I guess as a resident, that's what I'm looking for.
Agree, and point well taken. And that's what we know is missing. And it's missing for a number of reasons, because we're in a very green area. The trees are green, they're not going to burn. It's only the recent changes in weather and the massive wildfires and the fire that we had here just locally last year, it's making people more conscientious about it, because we've been living with that fire problem in Southern California since the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, and it's now even more so in Colorado and those places, and it's making people more aware, and that's what should happen. And because you're asking for it, that's telling us we're on the right track, but we need to get there quickly so that people do know what to do. And that's part of what this study is that is going to happen this year, is pulling some information from the Bluma EIS and what our traffic folks did on the capacity of the roads, to give the consultants some insight as to what sort of capacity and the evacuation capacity. That's just part of the concept. And we are going to have to cope with the layout of our streets that was brought up earlier. We've got giant cul-de-sacs, one way in and one way out, that is not solvable. But part of the problem is solvable by some of the interconnectivity that is there but never been done. And there's a procedure for doing that, but it's very controversial, and you'll have a lot of pitchforks and people with torches at the door when we go down that route. But anyway, we do have a lot to do, and I'm glad you're asking for it.
So, no, that's okay, because now I'm going to piggyback on something else. I want to make sure we're not just talking about wildfire, though, because emergency obviously covers so many different things, and people may not be able to go to a website if there is an emergency. So we have to have paper in hand, and maybe it says on the top, tape this on the back of your pantry door, just so that it is an easy reference guide and it doesn't find its way into the circular file. Okay, so back to some of the priorities up here. Deputy Mayor Clark had brought up the Urban Forestry Management Plan and having somebody as an FTE. I know we've heard that from public comment before. My question really is, you know, an FTE, yes, it's only one person, but we know from this exercise before, it is a huge and ongoing cost for the city to bring on any extra people. And so that is my question. I'm not questioning the value of somebody having an arborist on staff for the purposes of the Urban Forestry Management Plan, but I am asking about the cost, because when it comes to the budget, this isn't going to be the only FTE I suspect that's going to come forward, and we are going to, as a council, have to balance all of that. Our finances are finite. We are largely resting upon the shoulders of our property tax paying residents, because 60% of our revenue source is on the backs of our property tax paying residents. And we have to make choices, and we need to have all the choices before us in order to say, yes, I want that instead of that. And a lot of times it's an either or situation, not an and, because we don't have the finances necessarily. We've taken all of our banked capacity, which means this year we only get 1%. That's it, unless we find another revenue source. So I just want to be sure that we're cognizant of that. So I value the ad, but I need to ask about the ad in terms of cost, and I need to be able to marry that up against all of the other costs to be able to choose and say yes definitively to hiring somebody. Because I don't think we have that FTE available, which means it's not till November that we would be doing this. So I'm willing to say, yes, we can add it as a consideration for the budget, but because it is not budgeted for now, I would say we need to consider it through the budget process for that.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you've echoed most of the things that I would say, and Scott might have a few other things, but that should come through the budgetary process. I think the city, as well as other cities, have learned that adding something outside of the budget process is difficult, and you don't really get to contrast and compare adequately to other items and towards what the impact really is. And that's in part why we've done some of these things with LTEs, a limited term employee. Sometimes that's limited as to hours, sometimes it's working 40 hours, but it's limited term for the next year. And part of where I come from in doing that is looking at the justifications that a department's request is or the council's request is, and then trying it out without the total commitment to it being full-time. And so we do contractual arrangements with the employees so that they know it's a limited term. Let's see how this is going to work. Then we bring it back to the council for evaluation. So it should be a budgetary consideration. We had a discussion about urban forester last year. We can bring that back so that council can revisit that to see of its adequacy for what you're thinking in the way of a priority and revisit it. And I'm sure the department would be delighted to do that.
Perfect. So I think I'm supportive of that coming through the budget process, but not as a standalone, because it's really, I mean, and the natural areas crew positions, I do want to comment on that as well. I mean, that could as well come through the budget process, because again, we're talking about hiring for positions that we don't have allocated and budgeted for currently. But I know we've had residents that have brought concerns about areas, specifically Ebright Creek Park, and that we have our crews coming in there and absolutely butchering our vegetation that's in there in an inconsistent manner to how it should be treated. So I'm happy to consider that as well through the budget process, because we're talking about bodies and adding them to the budget. So, and then the deputy mayor's next one was relative to having a citizen-led, I'm going to call it commission, maybe this, I think she talked about maybe having the council, it says council supported, and I think we had this question about what we were talking about, commissions or committees. She said citizen-led, so I'm going to use the word commission. don't think it's a bad idea, but my ask for staff is, do we have available staff time? Because anytime we have a committee or commission, there has to be staff in order to staff it and help assist and be a liaison between council and that. So do we have staff availability for a commission of that type?
My first response would be, we need to evaluate it.
Okay.
So if you want to have a little more expanded conversation with the related department head now, I'd be pleased to let them speak to the issue. But I think the purpose and scope of that position needs to be ferreted out. What is the council's desire, and get feedback from the department? What we think we hear you saying is, and do you want to start out with that being a 20-hour a week, or does it need to be 30 or 40? All those things need to be scoped out. And now in this first part of the year, we can tackle that a bit so that it could be discussed in more depth during the budgetary process, because it is staff intensive. And I would say that staff is pretty well maxed out, but we can hear from the department head too about their feedback. I think that would be more instructive to the council than hearing from myself or Scott.
Okay, so I don't, it's kind of got two things that are different lumped together in one light item: climate crisis and then environmental action committee. And while they're probably connected to some degree, like a committee or commission that would be formed isn't really a council work plan item per se. It would be something that would be working in the background that would then come back and inform council, which might bring forward items for the work plan. That's kind of, I guess, my read on it. So it's hard for me to say how you plug that in as a work plan item specifically. I mean, council could, by motion, decide that we're going to have that commission. That would then help inform council. But again,
what's the scope of it?
I don't know.
What does the council body want to achieve?
That's a great question, and that is the ultimate question about this. So, as far as work plan goes, like if we wanted to add that conversation, that would be something to, add to the work plan. It's the conversation about what do we hope to accomplish with this commission, right? If we're going to be expending staff hours on it, what is our goal? What are we attempting to get out of it that council can't or won't tackle on its own just based on simply time constraints?
Well,
So-
we're not on an island, and I'm not trying to be flippant at all, but why reinvent the wheel if the wheel exists somewhere else? And we look at other communities to see what they're doing, what they're accomplishing, and what sort of resource support it takes. So that one's like a work in process. I'm not sure how to tackle it as we sit here right now, but I know there are a lot of communities that are addressing this. So I've heard. I've not delved into it myself, so I can't say definitively. But Scott, do you have anything more?
Oh, go ahead.
David Pyle has his hand raised. Is he a good person to bring on next? And I know some council members have their hands raised too, so we'll get to you. How about David next?
Thank you. So I just wanted to raise that. Well, first of all, not necessarily sure that DCD would be the one that would own a committee or a commission in this regard. There are other departments, and we already have a planning commission to run, and it's quite a burden on staff time to operate that. Just wanted to throw that out there. But I do want to raise that we likely would want to do the policy work in advance of setting up any new board or commission, so that we knew what we were trying to do. We do have our 2024 comprehensive plan at our doorstep. We will be working on that. One of the major components of the 2024 comprehensive plan will be addressing climate crisis and environmental action. That is under House Bill 1099, which is related to climate change and resiliency, and there will be a component of our comprehensive plan that we will be required to include through our periodic update process. That policy work will likely then help us inform what any board or commission would be charged with doing in the longer term. In the short term, we would offer that we could form a committee or I guess a community advisory group that would support work done with the comprehensive plan and help us start to form any foundation for future work to be done by the city and any environmental climate crisis committee or commission. I think that would be where we would start. That would carry through the 2024 comprehensive plan process. And then as part of that, we could then embark on the 25-26 budget, where we would then include the creation of that border commission.
That's helpful, I think, David, and I think that would be a good path to go. I mean, I'm only one voice here on that, but an advisory group might be helpful, especially as it pertains to the comprehensive plan, which we have to do anyway. The senior center that was brought up, I think that's probably an easy win for council to be able to tackle and hopefully agree upon. I think we have some potential options with Parcel C from Big Rock that just came in. I actually think that's probably a better house to consider than the one that's currently existing in the original Big Rock, just thinking about parking. Not a lot of options on parking, and there is a wetland right by that house. So we're not going to want to expand and pave right there, but I think the other house that came through in Parcel C might be a better option. It's closer to the road too. So that might facilitate seniors being able to access it and get to it. So I would certainly be supportive of adding the senior center to the work plan. So you can change 2 to 3. I think that was 2 people had supported it. I'm saying I'm a third.
No, it's not a vote. It was just that 2 people had put that as their priorities.
Got it.
And instead of repeating it, that's the purpose.
And well, if we're trying to keep tabs on what to add and what we can add, I don't know how you mark up how many council members are supportive of it, but I'm just throwing it out that I'm a third council member that would support putting that on our work plan.
Well, we could do that. The energy is coming. One of the things I was going to do is just to make sure your questions were answered, and then I was just going to ask, just to kind of get a sense about how many people were supportive of these different pieces. So
okay.
I'm kind of feeling if we could hold off until maybe all the questions are done, and then just kind of get the energy from the group. That would be awesome.
Okay, I have a few more, if I can, and then I will shut my microphone off. I know everybody wants to talk here. So Councilmember Moran had suggested future growth outside of the existing urban growth boundary, and I know she said during the break that there's some something attached to the Gray Barn Nursery and something on 244th. I can't locate that. It'd be helpful to kind of have that information. And I guess my question for Councilmember Moran is, I need to better understand, what do we gain by moving the urban growth boundary down to 202? Is it just that we then own the road outright so that we can do stuff, or what is the ultimate goal with owning having the Sammamish jurisdictional border moved and increased?
First of all, my goal would be long-term wise is to see what we can do to work with the county and to letting us to start the conversation of letting us have what in our PAA. For example, Redmond has got areas that are in and that are not in an urban area inside their PAA. So what does it take for us to switch our PAA?
Okay, I guess let me ask my question differently. What do we gain from annexing? Let's just pretend it's not outside of the urban growth boundary and it was in our PAA. What would we gain from annexing those areas that you're talking about?
Well, to me, owning 202 and owning the entry to your city area, I think that's a big win for you. If one of your big concerns is that you don't own the entry to your city, I would think that would be a big win for you.
Okay. But in terms of like what exactly? Can you give me like a tangible? Like WSDOT's working on changing that intersection now. I'm trying to understand.
And wouldn't you want to have more of a say of hey, that's in our city, so we want the say of how that's designed? And the buses, then having a say of the planning that would go on around that area, because right now, there's a lot of stuff that's being put down there, and you would have a say, more of a say of that being in your PAA. You would have a say of how and what's being put down there. The buses go already down 202. So that is the perfect place for where your long-term, your housing and all that stuff should go, because the buses already go there.
So it's really, the task.
Planning.
The task is to convert it is to move the urban growth boundary. I know you said there's something attached to that one parcel at the Gray Barn, but ultimately we'd have to change that to inside the urban growth boundary.
But no, it would be a planning tool so that 20 years from now, when it is eventually going to change. It's not going to change 5 years from now or 10 years from now. But when it does change, which it will, that little corridor will change. But when it does, that it's in our city.
I think it would probably naturally end up in our PAA if they change the urban growth boundary.
Not necessarily. Right now, it's in Redmond.
If I could
It's in Redmond, what?
It's in Redmond's PAA.
The area, are you talking about Sahali or where are you talking about? Because across the street is unincorporated King County.
Right, and then on the other side of that is Redmond.
Further down by the Red Brick Road, right, is Redmond?
Right across 202.
No, that's unincorporated King County.
So,
Okay.
David.
David.
He's like, please.
David.
So I don't know the border of the Redmond PAA versus where unincorporated King County bumps into Redmond PAA. However, it is possible to have overlapping PAAs. There are jurisdictions that have overlapping PAAs, and it simply becomes a negotiation over time as to who annexes that area. I understand from conversations I've had with different council members, some that have departed the council recently, that there might be interest in taking that area as part of a PAA and potentially annexing it, because it could result in an area that would be an economical place to provide housing because of its access to transit. And that over time, as the city grows and is responsible for providing affordable housing, that there could be areas where there is a better value in building, so that there is access to transit and jobs. The flip side to that is that it's an area that's pretty encumbered by wetlands and environmental constraints. So we'd have to analyze what actual buildability exists down there in certain areas. That all could be done as part of the 2024 Comprehensive Plan update. If you would like us to explore adding to our PAA as part of our 2024 Comprehensive Plan update, we could include policies regarding that, which would then allow us to fund further evaluation and work with the Boundary Review Board to look at adding PAA areas in that location. So really, that would be something that would be included with the 2024 Comprehensive Plan again, for us to set policy direction, directing the city to consider annexing those areas in the future.
Okay, that's helpful, David. And I think there's probably some value to that process. But I guess I just ultimately need to understand, like, this is going to weigh heavily on staff to wage these waters. And I think I would want to understand, like, what does that look like? If it's something that could be done in concert with the comprehensive plan update, it may make sense to tackle that. And I don't know if that makes that this year or next year, based on the timing of the adoption of the comprehensive plan. David, can you comment on that?
If we were to include this with the comprehensive plan scoping, we would need direction on that, and then we would roll that into what we work on with the consultant, and it would become part of the comprehensive plan process. It ultimately would add expense to the process because it's a field from what is required for consistency with changes to state law or changes to countywide planning policies, and it would be a elective process for us, so we do it on our own. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that it would add some complexity and cost to the comprehensive plan update.
Okay, that's helpful. Would it be this year though that we would do it, or would it be 2024 that we would?
It would be 2024.
Okay.
As it would be looked at it'd be looked at in concert with the balance of the city's comprehensive plan and plans for growth and where growth would go over time. And the direction could be is that, if we hit a certain threshold in growth, that we would consider then, we would want to first set up the PAA to include that area as an option for the future. And then second, we could set policy that would direct us as to when we should consider annexing that area as part of our PAA.
Okay, so that's helpful. So I think it might be worth looking at this. It doesn't sound like it's a this year thing based on what David's saying. It sounds like it would be a next year thing. But I think this year I would be supportive of at least taking a peek at what's down there. My concern, which is what David brought up, which is there's a lot of wetlands down there. And if we're talking about building homes where there's transit, which makes complete sense, but we can't because there's wetlands, it makes less sense. So I think just kind of taking a look at that corridor, are there creeks, are there streams? We've got Evans Creek Preserve is down on 202. Just noting what is buildable, what is not buildable would be helpful in understanding if it even makes sense for it to be in our PAA. I am aware that, before incorporation, Sammamish had some discussions about that area and how it makes complete sense. You could have commercial down there. And when I talked earlier about our, I think Councilmember Treen brought up the stool, it's very lopsided. We don't have a huge sales tax base, but if there's the potential down there to put commercial, that makes a lot of sense because it helps to balance out our stool a little bit. But if it's constrained based on wetlands or streams and we really can't build in an area that we're going to annex, then my concern turns to, well, now we have to upgrade all of that infrastructure because something else that I saw in our work plan is everything would have to be urban street standards. Well, if you go and incorporate an area that's completely unincorporated, then your obligation becomes a huge financial one to upgrading all of those roads, and that would be maybe more cost out than cost coming in. So it's kind of a balancing act. But it's worth at least exploring from a standpoint of understanding, what's buildable down there.
Awesome.
So I agree with Councilmember Moran. The transit's down there, and if we can service it with development, then that makes sense.
Let's let David, I know that some of you have your hands raised too, but it sounds like we're still on the same piece. Is that fair to let David answer next? Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to reply that, we could pick that up and we could order up a consultant supported analysis of that area at a very high level, planning level, to take a look at what constraints exist down there. We could probably do something like that for around $25,000 with consultant time is my guess. But it would be a high level, really. It'd be looking at, inventorying what we know with existing information, pulling that together, mapping the area out, and it would be a report that would be a rough guide for the council to understand what potential exists in those areas. So we could do that. However, we would need to reallocate funds in our budget to do that, to understanding that almost I would say every cent is accounted for in our budget. We don't have any extra money per se to do work like this. So we would need to find the source of revenue to do that.
So just based on what David just said, I would be supportive of that very high level study just to understand, because I think that gives us more information about whether it's even worth pursuing and putting into our PAA and the immense staff time that would be required on that front. So that's my 2 cents.
If I could add then too, if the council decides they're going to consider that, then we can talk about separately scoping the dollar amount, and it might be that what comes to mind right now is then I'll start looking at what sort of carryover money rather than reallocating money for tasks, because then that follows on to what tasks are going to fall off of CDC's list.
Right. So I saw Amy next, and then Karen.
So there appears to me an equity issue here. We're talking about potentially annexing an area that is at the very edge of our city, and it appears that, and somebody mentioned housing, and we're gonna look at putting affordable housing at the fringe of our city as opposed to integrating it within our city, such as the town center. And because transit exists
at the fringe of our city. We're not going to look at transportation within our city. So to me, I think there's, we need to take a look at this from an equity perspective, because it doesn't, the optics doesn't look good to me.
Thanks, Amy. Karen?
I agree with you, Amy, 100%. I also think that, you know, the tricky part of this is, what are the unintended consequences? Do you want a town center or not? Because I don't think that's a clear question that's been answered by everybody on this council. That would be the thing I'm looking at, is that, are we sucking the lifeblood out of a town center concept if we shove things down the track, as it were, and off the city and into a place that we're manufacturing into city? And delaying is this a delay? Or is this, and also, is this a phased approach? Is it something like do town center first, and then this is a phased opportunity where extended growth can go? I mean, when I look at it from one perspective, I see an opportunity to, maybe that's where the park and ride that we are owed could potentially go, because it needs to go on the north end. I mean, that's an option. But I also wonder, what are we doing to plans that we already have, at least to some extent, in place, and where does it get skewered?
And this would mean expanding the urban growth area. And I thought that the urban growth area was to constrain growth and to preserve the green spaces outside of our urban growth area, our current urban growth area.
Thanks, Amy. I saw Karen next, and then you might have an additional one, I'm not sure. No worries. Go ahead, Karen.
I'm not quite sure what is meant by equity, because it isn't fair. I mean, I agree, it's not fair to the people that live up on the hill, because they're not going to have buses. And that's not fair, and we can't change that. I mean, we're not going to get buses up the hill. They're just not going to come up here. I mean, I don't know how to change that. But we're not going to get more buses up the hill. I mean, we've got the busing routes that we have. We're not going to get a whole lot more buses up here. We don't have a lot of people that ride the bus. But the buses that we have on Route 202, they're direct routes that constantly already go out to Fall City and go out to, I mean, those routes are already in place. So, I mean, when you're talking equity, I mean, I don't know how to switch that. So I don't know how to change that. But, and as far as, there's already stuff being built down there, so I don't quite understand. If you go down there and look, have you been down there lately? They're building all sorts of stuff down there already in that area. So I don't understand the not wanting to build down there either. So I don't. Yeah, I don't.
It sounds like a genuine question, and so let's hear a few things. So, Amy, it looks like you want to offer something.
So equity is giving everybody the opportunity to, to be able to afford a house closer to the center of town or at the edge of town, if that's what you choose. But if the goal is, or not even goal, if the plan or the consideration is to put affordable housing at the edge of the city at the expense of considering the town center where there are already plans, then it's an equity issue, because it's saying we want people that can't afford to live in the center of town to move to the edge of town. So it is an equity issue.
If I could add, add to that, I think it's, I understand what you're saying, but I think it also pre-assumes that there's an attitude of pushing it out or pushing them out, okay? So bring it back to affordability. And the affordability either is it's incumbent upon government or it's incumbent upon the builder of what can be afforded. If you want to, in your plan, create more a demand for more affordable units, when somebody builds so many units okay, that they have more affordable units, that's great, but something has to fill the financial gap. It all comes down to money coming from somewhere. So it might be the state, it might be the county that fills that development gap, because that's what we always had to deal with when I did a lot of redevelopment. It's the gap. So that's done financially from some source. And if you wish to do it from the community, you have to figure, from the city, you have to figure out how you can afford it. And it comes back to the budget, it comes back to passing bonds and all of that sort of thing, which will be helpful with the financial planning and forecasting tool.
Go ahead, Karen, and then
agree
Kristen.
with where you're headed with this, and that does speak to where what I had talked about earlier, is what is our commitment? What is our will? Are we prepared to invest ourselves, if this is important to us, that we have that we walk our talk, that we have a place where people can live and thrive? Are we prepared as a city to invest in that, to make that actually happen, and to ensure it? I get worried about moving the commercial centers out too far, because I actually want that revenue. I want to make sure that we get access to that revenue. As long, yes, but I'm thinking timing. So, like, for example, your idea is an interesting one, and the timing could be quite extended. And I'm wondering what else that delays or stalls, because we're going to do it over here now. Not here, but we're going to go over here now. Then that's what I want to make sure, is that we don't have an unintended consequence.
70 units here isn't gonna, I mean, I don't know why one stops the other one.
If I can, maybe I didn't hear what you guys heard. I did not hear Councilmember Moran say that we would be moving development from town center to the outskirts. What I heard was this would be in addition to. That was my read on it. So, and I probably have a different vision in my head than what Councilmember Moran has, no doubt, because I'm a very visual person. I need a map. But what I verbalized was commercial, and I'm not talking about a shopping center. When I start thinking about commercial and taxpayer revenue, and if it's down on 202, I'm talking a car dealership. Because that is revenue. Look at the city of Kirkland. They have a whole lot of car dealerships, so does Bellevue. Those are huge sales tax revenue. And that doesn't drive people out to the city to go, I mean, unless you're buying a car on a regular basis, right? But it does draw people from outside Sammamish to come spend their taxpayer dollars inside our jurisdiction. And so that was kind of what I was picturing, which could be different. And it doesn't have to simply just be affordable housing. I think what I heard was the availability that already exists of transit on that corridor provides itself well for anybody, whether it's a single family house or whether it's a townhouse or whatever it is, to have easy accessibility. I would counter Councilmember Moran's point on transit not coming up here, because I think that's something that's on our work plan as well. We haven't heard whether it's a viable option, but we're at least investigating the option of paying to pull more transit up onto the plateau to assist our residents too. So I support the high level look to see like what's possible down there, because if there's a viable possibility, $25,000 for a consultant to tell you that you could fit 3 car dealerships down there, well, we just paid for that and then some. And so I think it's worth at least exploring the idea at a high level, and then pull that high level information that staff garners from a consultant back to council, so that we can then consider, do we want to pursue whatever the next step is? Maybe we don't. It's possible.
And as long as it doesn't delay plans and process.
I think the council needs to think, I'm going to offer, look globally, look with a long-term vision. You don't know what's down there? David's suggestion, do a feasibility. Look at what's there, then decide if you want to go to the next step of economic feasibility. But you need to think about the future. The other part of economics and retail tax dollars is you have to get the wallets to drive by the stores and a place for them to stop and shop at the stores. It's basic redevelopment 101. If you can't get the wallets to drive by and stop, you can build whatever you want, but they're not going to stop. It's got to be an easy ingress, egress, and you've got restrictions with 2 lanes coming up the hill. So those are other things that you need to think about. How do you overcome? And controlling that intersection, controlling the landmass, and working on long-term ingress to get those wallets to come up the hill and have something that's there in the town center that's going to attract them, because they're not going to all survive based on the residency that you have. 65,000 people is not 65,000 wallets. So think about all of those things. It doesn't exclude or include anything or everything.
I'm going to propose that we take just a short break. And then I'm proposing that when we come back, what I'd like to do is just kind of, because in the conversation, I'm not sure we've exhausted everybody's points on some of those pieces. So I kind of want to take it maybe topic by topic, see if there's any other lingering questions about it, because I think there's been a lot of discussion so far. And then I really want to get what I'm calling that litmus test. I'd like to really understand, if you had to narrow it down on that list, because some of them we've talked about, well, it looks like that's being taken care of already. So I just want to kind of get the list, and I'd like for us to get down to what would be the 3-ish, 4-ish that you might be inviting. And you might look at it like you're not voting, but it's like you're investing some time. You're investing some time, you're inviting the city leaders to go and do some more investigative work to bring it back to you. So in a way, you're trying to say, these are our most important areas that we want to invest the next period of time. All right? So I see 154. Can we come back at 2:05? Okay, we'll start again at 2:05. All right, welcome back. It would be a fun warm-up question. I did this once with a group. We said, what's your favorite snack? And boy, did people, and I said, bring it for show and tell. We were all on Zoom, and people were just showing what it was, either a fresh apple or whether it was red licorice or something. It was kind of fun. Okay.
Anjali looks so serious.
They're ready for the serious conversation. Here's my process proposal next. Because I'd like to make sure that you feel like we may not, don't use the word exhausted as it's every possible question, but I want to make sure that we have really gotten enough information to you so that as a council, you can kind of narrow down the list to your vital few, right? And I just want to share what a definition of consensus that I use in facilitation. And it's one that people have felt heard. So if you've got something that you want to say that hasn't been heard yet, right, you need to put that out there. So people need to feel heard. And then when you end up with your decisions, you can support it. It doesn't mean, you might not like it, but you can support it because you felt heard, and then the group kind of really had to make some choices, because not everything can be a priority and not everything can squeeze into that the staff next will be doing some work to kind of, get you some information and bring it back. So does that sound fair, that we're going to aim to, that if you have something to say that hasn't been heard, please get your voice out there. And then I'm going to ask for just kind of like a raise of hands as we go through each topic, just to kind of get a sense about where you're at. And I'd like for you to think, again, I don't want to tell you can only have 4 votes or something like that, right? But I really want you to be thoughtful about, out of this list of 10-ish or 9-ish, because I think we've been narrowing it down, that you can't have 9 votes saying everything is that important. Does that make sense? So aim for about 4 votes to try not to use that word, but 4 areas that you want to explore more. So let's first check in, because I know that as Christy was sharing, it felt like already on the work plan for the stormwater piece. I just want to confirm, Kent, that because the other one was from you, I believe, do you also believe that what you had proposed in the stormwater priority is also on the work plan?
Yeah, yes, it's E8 and E9, which is now E4 and E5
Great.
on flow, and
Great.
analyzing the basin plans so we have a model that then we can use in our other basin plans to be specific on our stormwater is definitely on the plan, and looking forward for that data.
Awesome.
Scientific data. Thank you.
Awesome. I apologize for getting excited and kind of speaking over you. So it looks like then we're, sorry, it's the extrovert in me. I have to tame it down. So we won't then be voting on or considering in this the stormwater piece because it's already in play. Sound good? Okay. So let's just go next to the senior center, the pieces on the senior center, or a place for seniors, right? Is there anything else that has not been asked or said that's important to you? And that also includes our directors, because if the directors that touch any of these, you've got a question or something that you really want the council to consider, raise your hand. Oh, there we go. We have one.
Do you want me to speak right now?
Yes, please, Angelique.
Okay. Yeah, so first, I heard a lot of good discussion in regards to a senior center, and everything from some very basic programming, having a space, all the way to an example from Redmond, which is currently planning to build a 50,000 square foot facility, which will end up at 50 million. So I'm started my deep breathing. I'll be honest about that. It's an exciting project for sure. But I just wanted to remind council that when it comes to how the city of Sammamish, how council has elected to operate is as a contract city. So we don't do any programming ourselves. We contract even for police and fire, and we contract for all our facilities. Our Sammamish Community and Aquatic Center has the YMCA operating it. Our teen center is through the Boys and Girls Club. So that's just one end of the spectrum to keep in mind. And then, of course, if we are building a significant facility, I was the project manager for the Community and Aquatic Center. From the birth of an idea to ribbon cutting, it was 10 years. And it takes a village. At the end of that project, we did get the, Project of the Year award, and half of the city was standing. Anybody who had a role in the project was asked to stand, and half of the city was standing. So, so we heard a lot in terms of if council votes that this is a priority and you would like to look at something more immediate, we might want to think in terms of engaging the partners that we have that have already been thinking and providing something for seniors, which is the YMCA. The city has also worked with the Boys and Girls Club to make the meeting room at the old library or the teen center available to the seniors for their meetings free of cost pre-pandemic. And so that is something that they have right now. I think one of the council members suggested we could also look at during the master plan process for Big Rock Parcel C, what options there are for a space. And then keep in mind that would be a space. But if you need people to staff a space, the city currently doesn't do any programming. We would also need, we couldn't just open up Big Rock C to the public. David Pyle is here, and he has already told us that we would have a change of use that would we would have to bring that site up to a public standard. We couldn't open it in any form as is. So that's again something to keep in mind. One of the ideas was the parcel at Big Rock North. Most of council wasn't on board when we went through the master plan and costing for that, but the site currently doesn't have a driveway that you can, of public standard, that you can actually bring people onto the site. If you know that you park on the street for Big Rock, for Parcel North, and to bring a driveway into the site, you would have to cross Ebright Creek. So it's more than $1 million to just bring a driveway into the site. The house has multiple levels and the house itself is seated on a mound. So ADA access to the house was one of the big challenges. And this was analyzed to some extent in the pro plan, in the last pro plan, which brings me to another suggestion and idea, which is we are close to the need to update our next pro plan in 2024, and work for that will start next year. So, there is definitely a possibility that we could add a senior center to the list. And that would be a good way to hear from their seniors, to hear from the whole community through a statistically valid survey, and then use that as a launching mechanism to then go out and after, the pro plan update is complete, to do a feasibility for what a senior center in Sammamish would look like. So I apologize if I, kind of am a little muddled, but I heard a lot of things from programming to a big facility. So I just wanted to kind of do a brain dump of everything that's been going on in my mind since I heard that.
Thank you. And that would be also the gift. She almost like transitioned into, what you would get back almost from some of the experts if you picked this as one of the areas. So thanks for giving us that information. All right. So seeing no other questions or anything else that you feel that you want to have been heard on the seniors piece, what's the next one in line, Mike, for us to check in?
The diversity, equity, and inclusion item, and I will re-pull up the list back on our screen so we can see that.
Thanks. Yeah, so we know that that one's coming up. Are there any, again, so that you all feel heard, is there any other questions or points that you want to make in this particular area?
I would add that this isn't like a one-year thing. This is like a long-term thing. And I think at a minimum, just getting started by having a consultant would be excellent.
Well, and Amy, I wonder if, I think that there's even confusion to some extent about what we're talking about with DEI and inclusion, equity, social justice types of things. I wonder if there even an earlier starting point might be even just anti-bias training, for example, or unconscious bias training, or that kind of training for the council and for staff. If it hasn't been done, I have no idea when you guys had it at staff. Like, you probably have done it, and I just don't know. But I'm thinking that wouldn't be a horrible thing, because it gives everybody common nomenclature and a place to start. And it would also be affordable, maybe.
Yeah, I would support that. I mean, I don't know what has been done in the past, so maybe if there's staffers that could enlighten me.
I'll take a swag at that as the person who is essentially responsible for HR at the moment. I don't know the answer to that. We can go back and find out. I think to council members, Howe's point, I think one of the things, particularly on a topic that is, as Councilmember Lamb was pointing out, is probably a multi-year and an ongoing, or at least that what would come out of it would be ongoing, that we would need a lot more understanding about what it was that we would need to do, what kind of work effort it would take, all that kind of stuff. So I think that's something that we probably, I think going out and finding a consultant would probably be a good starting point, but even as Dave was pointing out earlier, getting to the point of writing the scope for going out for a contract is even a part of trying to figure out what is it that we would actually be asking for. So from my perspective, I think follow-up conversation with council and trying to take an approach and bring it to council and say, does this kind of a scope, is this what you were thinking about if we were to go this road, as a starting point? And then we would kind of have to work our way through it a little bit, even to help define what this would actually entail.
And that makes perfect sense. There are frameworks out there now, and also Renton and Tacoma and also the city of Seattle each have templates that I think you might be able to just, pick and choose the things that look like it's going to match up best with this community, and it hopefully gives you a leg up.
We did some mandatory training about a year ago or so. And then we had turnover in HR, and then we just had to stop because of recruitment was.
I think that would be the follow-up piece. At the moment, we are very, very focused on recruitment with our HR team. And so part of this is trying to, sort of manage our resources at the moment about what we're actually capable of. Overall, for me personally, I think it's an important thing. We just have things that are more time critical right at the moment to try to help get our staff, bring people in the door so that we can provide all the services that we need to be providing. Whereas right now we have a lot of open positions to try to fill up.
Agreed, though. It's a critical element of our whole HR program that gets embedded into annual training as well.
All right, so I'm not seeing any hand raises. Amy, do you have anything more to add?
So I'm not clear what the next steps would be on this.
Well, here's what, if the council says that this is one of your top few that you're going to whittle it down to, then part of the next steps is to scope it out. What would that look like? So you would have a chance to kind of weigh in on that and talk about it, and you'd get information from people in the city around that. You've given some information already in your priorities list about how you kind of are envisioning that. So again, my understanding is whatever you as a team here make the choices of what your top few are, then you're going to be able to see what would be the next few steps in that work, knowing that it's a multi-year, maybe, and some of these you're never done. But what are the things, because I think some of the things you suggested were, a consultant, then you want to plan and to really think about it systemically, not just providing people training, but where do you see it show up in policies and procedures and practices? So that would all be scoped out, is my understanding. Am I right about that? Be the next few steps?
I would say the starting point would just be trying to come up with an actual scope and what we think might be able to be done this year as an approach because part of this is to put essentially a line or an item in the work plan that is, this is a work plan item, it's roughly this piece, and then we'd have to go and do more to try to really flesh out timelines and work product and potential cost and staff resources.
Good. Okay. Good. Thank you. Good questions. All right. How about the next one? Broadband high-speed fiber network. Any questions or things that have not been said yet that you think is important? Christy.
Yeah, I don't know that this would fall on my list for priorities. I think, obviously we have to select some, we can't pick them all, and I see this as being a pretty heavy lift, and I do have concerns relative to funding it, but I think the overarching thought I have is need-based. I don't know how many of our residents currently don't have broadband, so I guess that would be, if we were going to tackle something like this, that would be kind of the starting point for me to understand the need to spend $60 million or whatever it ends up being. Like, what's the return on investment that we get for this, considering the need in the community? And I don't know what that need is, and I don't know if staff knows already who does not already have access to broadband. I'm not saying that there aren't people. I'm trying to understand a number or percentage of our population that is not serviced? Looks like David Pyle has his hand up.
We do not know that. Although anecdotal, I can tell you that when we initially launched, I know, Mayor, you were the recipient on some of these emails. When we went into the COVID work from home or everyone isolating, we did experience a significant number of calls and complaints about the adequacy of people's connections. And that, to me, although anecdotal, tells me that there are large areas in the city where there is what would be considered an inadequate connection, and there might be opportunity for upgrade. This is also something that could be analyzed as part of an economic development element in the upcoming 2024 comprehensive plan. And it is something that has come up through visioning, which you'll have a chance to hear more about in a few days, I believe, when we present to you the visioning report.
So I do have a question. I never mind, parking things in when we're doing comprehensive plans, but we don't do an economic development chapter of our comprehensive plan because we're a recognized bedroom community. Is something changing so that we have to do an economic development chapter, or?
Nope, this is, it's an optional thing for the council. However, if the council wanted to look at ultimately in the long term, adding additional revenues and resources, that the first place you would want to go in trying to change our economic status as a city, tax base and whatnot, would be in the comprehensive plan and looking at how to do that, setting policy direction, which would then allow you to, over time, grow programs and change how we operate as a city.
So it's an interesting comment on the heels of Councilmember Moran's comment about, 202 and that area down there, because if we're talking about, car dealerships and stuff, then we may be very well talking about changing that. And that's a much larger conversation, I think. But as far as broadband goes, I think maybe a good starting point, and I don't know about staff bandwidth and or cost when I say this, but it might be better starting point to understand the need in the community. And David, thank you for reminding me, because I do remember getting some of those. They were all, I think, off 244th. I want to say it was like 14th. Yep. And they were frustrated with Comcast out there or something. I can't, whoever their provider was. Anyway, so if we can ascertain a community need, I think that helps to inform council, at the very least myself, on what that looks like as far as viability, if there is a need in the community to do this.
I think some of the issues came down to private roadways and the carriers, Comcast and or whatever the other one was, not wanting to make the capital investment to even string their fiber optic from pole to pole and make it available, whether they were in some sort of transition on what sort of capacity or whatever, but they didn't even want to do that. So those are elements that's difficult for an agency like Sammamish to get over, because if you're a municipality, you have to, who's going to pay for it? Because you can't do a gift of public funds. You can't just go down and say, okay, we're going to string it for you so you have access. How we get paid back? Because it's not provided to somebody else. So that you have got that equity from a standpoint of tax-provided services. So there's other hurdles in here.
I saw Amy next, and then I saw the two hands pop up, so we'll come back to the people online in a second. Go ahead, Amy.
So I do see this as a priority because we do have to set our city up for the future. It is, to me, critical infrastructure, and we can look at it that way. It's not just about having access to internet. Most people have access to the internet here. It's like 98%. So it's not about the digital divide. It's about 10 years into the future, that we are set up
for this increasing need for speed and the bandwidth. We have a huge number of residents that work from home, and they may very well likely continue to work from home. It's about giving people the option of opting out of a for-profit company such as Xfinity, which, you know, they have their own best interest, and having an option that is whatever it's community-owned or a partnership, it is supposed to lower costs. You know, the 10 fastest ISP providers in the United States are all community-owned. You know, it is something that I and a lot of residents, and it was seen on the community visioning, that there is a strong desire for that option.
Thanks, Amy. I see Jim. Go ahead.
I just want to add some information related to the broadband. Is that, you know, at the Washington state level, the broadband office is within the Commerce Department. So it is a community development type of commerce endeavor. The other piece of that is that there are there's a House bill and a Senate bill. House Bill 1336 and Senate Bill 5383. And they're both about public entities providing broadband. And unfortunately, these two bills were both passed by Inslee. They were both signed by Governor Inslee, but there's some conflicting language between these two bills, with the potential of them actually going to court to settle the thing, and based on when Governor Inslee signed them. So there's still an awful lot of question marks out there related to public entities providing broadband here in Washington state. I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks, Jim. All right, is there any other comments or questions on this, on the broadband one? All right. So the next one, what, Ken?
Hey, Jim, do you have any idea when they may settle that?
No, it's still up in the air. The interesting thing is that typically bills are signed when Governor Inslee signs them. He usually signs them on camera so that you can actually see him signing it and see what he's signing. And in this particular case, both of these bills were signed behind closed doors. And now the governor's office hasn't even clarified which one he signed last, because it's whichever one he signed last is the one that's actually going to take precedent. So that's why it's being talked about in the courts already. So that's all I really have at this point.
Is that municipal owned? Because there's many options to broadband other than just municipal owned.
So in essence, they're talking about one ban or one bill. Let me have a quick look at my notes. The Senate bill focuses on public utility districts and ports offering the broadband capabilities. And the House bill, 1336, is a broader scope, allowing all public entities to provide broadband to the public. So again, there's some conflicting, language in there, and I think that's going to have to get settled before we would even start to kind of venture into any sort of a feasibility area. Typically, what's happened at the Washington state level around broadband is they are focusing on expansion of the broadband across the state, but the focus is on areas that don't have broadband, whereas Sammamish does. We've got Comcast, obviously, and folks are not comfortable with them being the sole provider. Ziply Fiber is starting to build out into Sammamish area. And then, of course, we've got the question mark around 5G and the wireless, what they're considering 5G as broadband capabilities, because it is. So it's still, early discussions, let's put it that way.
So from what I understand, 5G doesn't completely eliminate a fiber optic network.
True.
Okay. Good. Thanks for the information, everybody. Amy, is there anything else that you have on this? Okay. The next one, Mike, is, All right, so we've already talked about adequate concurrency, right? Anything else, Christy, on that, or is that just to be removed?
Yeah, it's already covered.
Great, already covered, excellent. And we were having a conversation earlier, just want to see, is there anything else about the urban forester or the natural areas crew positions that hasn't been asked or mentioned? Sure, go ahead, Karen.
That's not being removed, is it? That was, I know somebody had said it would have to go on budget yeah, so is that staying on the list?
I believe so. It's just like if it's already in the work plan, so part of this is just to kind of,
Great,
you're trying to put some energy around, we want more information, right? We're going to see how this shows up in work. Go ahead, Ken.
Well, so kind of maybe looking forward, this is in the urban forest plan, and I don't have it memorized yet. I'm working on it. But if I'm not mistaken, there is phases to implementing the plan, and that it is to then be reviewed every year. So let's just, not that this is my decision, it's just that I'm throwing this out there, that even if we were to not make this a priority for this year, it, in a sense, is gonna come back to us next year and be a part of the budget process anyway.
Well,
Or
I
could be.
I would just say, David, if you're on the line there, if you could just kind of recap what our discussions were previously.
Trying to find an image. Hold on a second.
Because we made decisions already on this. So it's part of the plan. It's just, how does it get implemented?
Okay,
And this is part of the implementation.
okay. So it already might have
So it may already-
resources dedicated to it, and it's
Well, I think
still-
it doesn't
it's in
have the
progress.
resources dedicated to it.
So
Not in
we're
terms of
talking-
budget, but I'm sorry, energy, people working on it.
Go ahead, David.
So apologies, I was messaging someone else here while that was going on. It's regarding the urban forester and natural areas group positions.
Yeah, and just the plan itself, that it comes back every year for consideration and review.
That's correct. It happens in phases. The council recently adopted an implementation plan that will then slowly implement our urban forest management plan in phases. We'll be providing an update on the 2021-2022 work plan, and we'll be asking for direction shortly on work plan items for the 2023-2024 budget, including positions. So this will be a slow, additive process. I'd suggest that Kelly Hildy's watching, and she's far more suited to answer these questions. If you wanted to promote her, you could ask her those questions at this time. As I'm not fully versed in everything related to the urban forest management plan, it's something that she really has taken the lead on.
What do you think?
Okay to listen to?
Do you want
It
some?
sounds like it would be helpful if you would promote it.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Kelly, when you get on.
And be able to just remove it as a priority because it's already going to happen.
Hello, City Council. Can you see me? Hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I believe we are scheduled in May to come and provide an update on where we are with the 21-22 Urban Forest Management work program. At that same meeting, we'll be reviewing those items that were placed on tentatively on the 23-24 work plan, and to receive direction from City Council on what you would like us to further research or provide budget and scope for to include in the 23-24 budget that you'll be considering this fall. And that does include positions.
I don't know if I should jump in and follow up to that. There really are two things that I see here. One is the urban forester position, and the other are natural area crew positions. As it currently stands, hiring any positions, whether in the urban forester role or in natural area crew positions, would come from the general fund. Those are not funded from other revenues, so those would have to be, you'd have to find a revenue source to support those positions. We did talk and we did propose with the last budget cycle the addition of an urban forester that could have been funded either in whole by permit fees if the council was willing to adjust permit fees to reflect the actual cost of administering a tree permit process, or it could have been funded in part from general fund dollars and in part from permit fee revenues. It really just depends on what the council's objective is there and how the position would be used. So I think the first thing the council would have to decide on regarding the urban forester position is, what is the purpose of the urban forester? Is the purpose of the urban forester to provide a resource to citizens and property owners in managing trees and in providing a resource to city departments and staff in managing trees? And is that sort of like a consult service where somebody could call up the city and say they have a problem with the tree they'd like some advice on, and that person would then go out to their site and talk to them about their trees and how to better manage them, in which case that would be 100% general funded, because that's not something that we can charge a permit fee for. However, if the council chose to utilize that position to make site visits, to review permit applications, and to make determinations on whether or not reports submitted by applicants are appropriate or adequate, then that is something that we could charge a service fee for as a permit fee, and that could be cost recovered, and that position could be covered under that revenue stream. However, we can't hire an urban forester under a permit fee revenue stream that would then also be providing a resource to the city as a advisor to citizens, unless that was in part funded and supplemented by general fund dollars. So it really depends on what the council's goal is in hiring an urban forester as to where the revenue comes from and how we ultimately end up hiring that position.
Kaylee.
Yeah, so this one was mine. So as I see urban forester, I would love that twofold. Also, I think, if we pride ourselves on our trees, forest health is obviously super important. And then having the tie-in, of course, with the wildfire program at Eastside Fire and Rescue, I think would be great to do a lot of, extra person for community education and outreach. I'm also looking at the urban forestry program at DNR. I think it would be really good to have a person working on those grants and going after that as much as possible. Obviously, I think we should be a tree city as well. So that's those are all kind of folding in. And then the natural areas section that of course is slightly different, and I'm assuming that would be Anjali. In talking with Sebastian this week, he had a great idea of Earth Core, of course, so it wouldn't have to be necessarily full-time positions, but could be, as we do with all things contract, so.
Go ahead, Kelly.
Yes, and just some brief follow-up. The Urban Forest Management Program is citywide, and so we work here in DCD closely with Parks and Recreation and with Public Works, coordinating on these work plan items. Some of the items fall under DCD, some fall under Public Works, and some fall under Parks, and so there is a lot of coordination. This is a new program. Those implementation strategies were adopted last summer, and we are getting it off the ground. Right now we have 2 staff, including myself, working on it. And yes, it is a priority of the city. It's part of our identity. It's in our vision statement, our current vision statement. And so we have a hefty work program, and I think getting direction from City Council on what you want to include in the 23-24 budget, or would like us to further research to provide a proposal to you as part of the 23-24 budget, is a great opportunity to address these, these position questions. Also, I just want to let you know, we did submit a grant application to DNR. So this review cycle, we'll know hopefully by the time we give you an update in May if we received it. So there you go.
Excellent, thank you. All right, any other questions or comments that haven't been said but you want to on this one? Okay, thanks, everybody.
Can I make a suggestion then, Wendy, that this item be moved? It is a priority clearly and is being addressed in the work plan. We will see it in May, it sounds like. And so
It probably doesn't need to be up here. Is that what you're suggesting?
that's kind of where I'm headed if the rest of the council's in agreement with that.
Yeah, as long as we don't lose it, of course, in the budget, which we won't. And then the natural areas crew positions, I mean, like I said, that's separate, but that could be like an Anjali thing. So, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Great, so we can take out the urban forester piece then. Thanks, Mike. All right, Climate Crisis and Environmental Action Committee. Questions or comments that haven't been asked or heard? Okay. All right, let's move to the next one. Actionable plan to address affordable housing and missing middle housing.
So I think that we do have some things in the work plan that address the affordable piece. I'm not as sure about the missing middle. So I don't think that part is addressed. So if there are a way to bifurcate that and say that maybe some of the affordable is in at least in a plan, but a missing middle, I don't see a plan for that. Unless someone else can tell me there is one.
I think we need to have David come back.
He's got his
And
hand
He's
raised.
here.
David, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is something, both of these, from my understanding, are included in, at some level, included in the Housing Action Plan grant that we had that we have from the Department of Commerce and that we are now starting up. And we will be looking at, you know, what actions can we take to provide diversity in housing and to provide affordability in housing. And that's really the premise of the grant and the work that we're doing with the Housing Action Plan. That will feed directly into our comprehensive plan update, where we could then, based on council interest, take a deeper dive into housing diversity or affordability or both. We will be likely receiving additional information under House Bill 1220 from the King County Growth Management Planning Council sometime in the end of 2023. So really this Housing Action Plan is in advance of receiving that direction from King County GMPC and will position us so that we could respond relatively efficiently to the requirements passed down onto us from King County in response to House Bill 1220.
Was that grant tied specifically to 1220?
I don't know for sure. I'd have to ask Kelly to come back on and respond to that if she knows.
I don't believe it's tied to that House bill. That House bill was adopted or signed by the governor last summer.
Yep.
And this is the second round of grants that DOC put out related to the Housing Action Plan. So I want to say it's not tied to the House bill, but they correlate. They're very closely aligned. So yes, that's what I know.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that the grant is enough money to actually continue whatever work you're doing. So I don't know how large your grant is, or if it expires, or.
Yeah, we do. We are on a very tight timeline to complete that work. We have to have it done by June 2023 so that DOC can reimburse the city for the work that we've accomplished as part of that grant project, and that is it's a hard deadline. You did approve the contract at your last council meeting for our consultant, so they will. We're working on getting those signatures and getting them started on that work. And again, there's going to be a lot of touch points this year with council on that work.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. Christy.
I think I'm going to just repeat stuff here, but I guess I just want to make sure with Councilmember Howe that you feel like your items that you touched there are covered under the current work plan and that there's not an addition.
That's what I was trying to make sure.
Yeah, mine went up, I think, at the same time yours did, but I'm just trying to make sure you feel like yours are covered here.
I think it is.
Okay, so then we can just remove it?
We can take that off.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Nice clarifying question, giving you the facilitation wand. Nice work. Future growth, PAA. Oh, I'm totally missed that. My apologies. Karen.
David Powell, can you tell me if anything that we've looked at is going to cover any sort of angle on possible covering of workforce housing?
So I think you're asking, is anything related to the Housing Action Plan going to address the need for housing choice for those who are working in the city, so workforce housing?
Well, and the possibility of, yes. So, because I know when I was a water commissioner, we had looked at workforce housing. So, you know, having the water district combined with, for example, the school district or the city or whatever, and, you know, combining property, putting in the property, and then working with builders to provide for the housing so that we could provide for housing for the employees.
So I don't know that it will specifically look at it from that angle. However, workforce housing related to service jobs in the city is definitely something that Housing Action Plan will address.
Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Great. All right, we were down to something PAA. I remembered the initials. I don't even know what that stands for, but future growth and PAA. Anything else around that? Any questions or comments that haven't been asked or heard? You good? Okay. Excellent. How about safety? You. Okay.
Yeah, well, so I think most of it is going to be in the TMP, TIP. Some of our other regulations are going to be addressing. So it's actually, a lot of it is, I mean, because it's it's our number one priority in the city. So most of it's going to be addressed throughout this year. We'll see some of that in the budget too. And we have been taking steps already as a council to work on this, I believe.
So is it a work plan item or?
So what I think I'm hearing you say is that your concept of safety is in relation to traffic, the TIP of control of traffic, sidewalks, alternative.
Barrier removal.
Those types of things, okay.
We're going to do a new road system. We bought a earthquake machine. We're going to work on the forestry part for the fire and safety. We're going to end up, aren't we going to see this from EF&R2 is going to be coming back to us?
Okay, so
it's-
based on that, I would say that we're covered in our work plan.
Yeah, I figured we're covered in our work plan. So you can take it off.
Okay. And
I'm comfortable with that.
you're comfortable taking that off? Okay. Are you good with that? Are you going to add anything else, Karen?
Well, that leads me to a question about not about safety.
Say more. Go ahead.
So now that we've taken half of our list away and moved it because it's in the work plan, so I want to be realistic about if we're going to add 3 or 4 items. I think we better be realistic about should we add 1 item or 2 items because of the fact that how much can our staff really add? And because they clearly have got quite a load. So before we add a whole lot more to their workload, how much can they really add? I mean, I just want to ask them. I don't want them going away tonight going, oh, geez. I just want to ask the realistic question.
Got it. I think, Jeff, you had your hand raised for a moment.
I did, and related to that question, the staffing issue is a huge challenge, not only from our department, but for many others. And I just wanted to, I guess, share the picture of reality in the Public Works Department. In each of our divisions, we have currently 6 openings, one of which is a pending offer. And in our MOC, we have a few positions that are open as well, and constitutes a huge workload or deficient workload if we are going to be adding things or trying to take away things. And so until Scott's team and the HR department can help us get all those positions filled, it is a challenge, and it, on a case-by-case basis of whatever the work request is, I just want you to be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we know that these aren't guaranteed, right? But, what you're going to put forward as your priorities, the next step is to bring you back information on what the scope, what could it look like, right? So that you can be more informed about, if we say yes to some of these, what can fit into the work plan, what has to be delayed, things like that. So I think that what you're going to say you have energy around or yes to in this priorities piece is to give them some openness around, please help us, bring us back more information so that we can make better decisions. Am I correct about that? So you're not saying absolutely yes, this is going on the work plan right now, we're good to go. This is about bringing it back to you so that you can make some choices about, are there going to be some adjustments if you want to, if there's some things that you can start right away, or if it looks like everything needs to be delayed, or whatever that may be. What would you add, Scott or Mike?
No, I think that's spot on, Wendy. So, whatever direction that we receive from the council today, it will become a work plan item, essentially directing staff to scope out the project. And so we'll add it to the work plan, we'll add a council date, and that's kind of the date we'll come back and share our findings on the analysis of costs, tasks that come out of it, staffing, all that goes into it. Scott, do you have anything else?
Well, just the starting point would be coming back with saying, we're going to assume a scope that would look like this, and then that would drive the rest of what Mike was just saying as the point for, that's when council gets to say, well, either that's the right scope, or we want to add to that, or we want to take away from that because that's too much, or potentially not do it this year, and that's something we want to revisit at a future time. So I think that's the part. I think all of these up here, the ideas and concepts are great. We just, as a staff right at the moment, don't have nearly enough to be able to tell you how much it might cost, how much work it might be, because there's so much that is still unknown. So what we would propose is that then we would come back and say, here is a swag, if you will, at what we think from the conversation we've heard, what it would look like, and then roughly what a timeline might be, what the work might be, what the outcome might be of whatever that first step is for this year, if there is one. It might be, for instance, it might be that should, we think that should be covered as part of, I'll just use as an example, senior center as part of the pros plan process that's going to start, and that piece that helping define truly what it is that council wants to then be included as part of the pros plan review process where they go out and do community visioning, just as an example. So that's how we would see coming back as a staff to say, here's some more information, do you still want to do it? And if so, we might have to have a conversation. If you say, yes, that's got to go right now, then we might have to say, based on the staff that we have and our current obligations, we're going to have to talk about what might get delayed or pushed on something else to be able to accomplish that.
And to follow on that for just 2 seconds, for example, we know that there's going to be a survey about housing, and I'm wondering, okay, is that an opportunity to marry up? So you would be looking at those, right? Where can I piggyback? Already paying for this, already doing a survey. Okay. Can I ask 5 more questions? That thing, right?
Absolutely. And I just, you all hopefully can imagine this, but we'll go back. We have our leadership team every week. This is obviously going to be our number one thing on there to discuss. How do we approach what we got out of the retreat? What do we need to do to get ready to answer some of these questions, all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Excellent. Kaylee, I see your hand raised.
So we have narrowed this enough today? Or do you want it narrower? That was my question. Yes, but no. That's, I mean, we have a couple minutes, so.
Yeah, I think we can,
Yeah.
well, I want to try to get maybe just a sense from folks, but I just wanted to see if there were any last questions. So Karen, you've got one last thing.
Well, I'm gonna send, this is not gonna make people, this is not gonna make staff happy, but I'm gonna put a plug in about the senior center. To wait for the pro plan and not have them have a place to meet. I am thinking that we need to find an interim place for them to be. Until we can find them a home. And I don't know what that is, but I feel like we need to find that location for them. And so I know if waiting for the pro plan and that whole thing, that all sounds correct to me, but I also feel like we need to find them a place to be. And so if that means going back to the Boys and Girls Club or whatever that is, I think we need to do that right away.
Yeah, so if it turned out to be one of the top priorities, then there's energy toward that, and the team members, the staff members can kind of help scope out some of those things so that you can start to see some immediacy, and then you can kind of see how things could show up, and that would all be part of those conversations and the scoping with you. Kent, I see your hand raised.
Can I tell you my top two and then
Well, here's what I want. I would like all of you to have just 2 votes, and I'm just gonna call it by line, just say, raise your hand. I just wanna see what those are. Is that fair enough? Is that okay process? So let's just do it, all right? What was that? Can I begin with 2? Can I? How about 5? Can I just see where things land? If I want a little bit of pain, okay? Let's just see where it lands. Think now, you get 2 votes. I'm not gonna count who's doing what. Okay, how many, those of you, one of your 2 votes is the senior center. Raise your hand. Okay, 6. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. 4. Broadband. 1. Climate crisis and environmental action committee. 1.
So,
Hold on, future growth, hold on, let me just finish the process. Okay. Future growth, 1. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say that David Pyle mentioned that climate crisis would be addressed in the comp plan, and then out of that, information would be used to create a commission, so that is already addressed in the comp plan.
Awesome. That feels good too, right? That you already, some of these things that were important to you, it's just a gift to know that it's either in the current work plan or it's going to be part of the the comprehensive plan process. And it's nice to see where those show up. So you have 2 that, there was a fair amount of energy around. Do you want to stick with those 2 and just say, please, team members, go back and give it? Can you support those 2? Can you support the senior center? Clearly, I got that. Can you support DEI then as the next one? To scope out and to think about what that might look like and come back to you. And that there's a place for these others perhaps at some point in the future, but we're just not going to use staff resources right now to scope it out. You can support all of that? Look at that. Look at the time. It's only 3:02. Isn't that awesome? Okay. Nice work. I think getting to this point was a lot of work. And I just, from an outside perspective, looking at your dialogue, I appreciate that you were asking the questions and that you were here for each other and exploring these pieces. So nice work. Next steps. Let's just get clear about a couple of the next steps, and then we can do a check out. So who can I call on for next steps? I'm looking at Mike and smiling at him. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Sure. So the next steps with the work plan is, we'll digest all the information that we've heard today, and then we'll plan to bring that back as part of a resolution. We'll finalize it, formalize it, and bring it back potentially next, what are we at now? I guess 2 weeks on the 15th for potentially like a public comment, public hearing type period. And then we can come back at the first meeting in April for formal adoption. And then on the work plan, on the priorities piece, kind of like we talked about before, we'll do a similar thing. We'll talk with the leadership team about how we can scope this out and kind of prepare timelines for that and communicate that back to the council on when we think we can get some more information out.
Thanks, Mike. All right. Any last words of wisdom from Scott or Dave before we do our final checkout?
I would just like to say appreciative of the staff being supportive and being out there all day today, watching, monitoring, listening, and your feedback was very essential and very important to helping the council and supporting to get this done. And then I thank you to the council, each and every one of you, for your honest effort to try to get this done and solidified so the staff knows which way to go. And I know you have a couple interim steps here to get to that finalization, but it's clear for the staff. They would leave today knowing the general direction that you've given. So that's very, very helpful.
Anything?
I'll just say a quick, to follow up on what Dave has said, thank you to all of you for coming in here and joining us. And I know this is a little bit out of the ordinary and this kind of feels kind of wild and new again, but the ability to be in here with all of you in person, I really want to thank everyone for being willing to come in and test yourself and have these conversations, because I really feel like this helped us be really productive, and I look forward to in the hopefully very near future being able to do these on a more regular basis where we can really interact and see each other and get to good decisions based on this kind of interaction. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the staff that were involved that are here helping out in the background. It's a lot of work, but it's critically important, and being able to get a sense of what you all want so that we can serve you better is very, very helpful for us. So thank you for your time on a Saturday, on a sunny Saturday, no less, for coming in and working with us on this.
Excellent. Christy, do you want to offer something?
Sure. No, I just wanted to say, on behalf of council, thanks for staff, those both here and on the screens in front of us. We wish you guys could have been here too, but we know that the preparation work for bringing this to council takes a lot of work that we don't appreciate behind the scenes. So thank you, and thanks to council as well. All of our families, both staff and council, have to go about their day without us. So appreciation to families as well.
Thank you. All right, everybody think of one word. We're going to have a one-word checkout, so it's going to be really quick. That includes people on the screen and people in the room. Every human being that we can see in the room or on screen, you're going to have a one-word checkout. So it's kind of like how you're leaving the room, but you cannot use the word tired, because we'll just pretend we all live that because you've worked hard today. So who's going to start? And then just call on somebody. Okay. Ooh, good. Karen Moran. Her hand went up quick.
Margarita.
Okay. Call on the next person.
Let's see. Kelly.
Decisions.
Call on the, say your word, and then you call on the next person. Okay.
Yeah, I like hopeful. So I'm going to take Deb Beetles back there. And so should I call on Deb Beetle then? Deb Beetle. You stole hers. I stole hers. I know. I'm making her come up with another one.
You can keep hopeful, Deb. Who are you going to call on next? Christy.
I'm still trying to think. I don't know. One word is not coming to mind. I have several that are coming to mind, but not one. So I got to either keep thinking or
just
pass.
Give all three.
Give all three. I'm bummed we didn't get to the bike rack.
Who do you want to call on next?
Karen Howe.
Energized.
Who's next? Call on someone.
Oh, Dave is next.
Achievement.
Okay. David.
David, you're on.
David.
Optimism. Jeff.
Teamwork. Jim.
Springboard. Mike.
Relieved. Lita. Lita.
Progress. Let's see, Kaylee? Oh. Scott?
Accomplished. Aaron.
Sunshine on that one. Anjali.
I'm trying hard to think of words, but the only word that's coming to mind is seniors.
Now
That's a
funny.
plug.
So I haven't gone. I'd say excited. I'm excited to see what the next couple of years will bring.
I think you said fun? All right.
That's an IT guy.
And me, I'm optimistic. Thank you for a great couple of days. I hope you have a great rest of your day. It's only 3:09. We only went 9 minutes past. So nice work, everybody. Thanks for everybody online and for all
thank
the
you, Wendy,
citizens, people watching. Nice
for
work.
your insight and your wisdom. Thank you.